All here again. I hope you have a snack and your caffeinated beverage of choice and a seat that is comfortable enough for you to sit in for the next few hours. Please feel free to move around and make sure that all your needs are met during this time together. Take a minute to breathe and settle in as we begin. I would like to ask Equity Support and the chaplains to put their info in the chats for the day. But a reminder to everyone else to refrain from using the group chat during the meeting as it interferes with the use of screen readers. But feel free to use private chats as you feel necessary. And as we move into that, we will move into our opening worship.
Good morning. Aiden and I again prepared worship for today. So for worship, we've just prepared something quite short, just a little bit to ground us as we start our meeting today. And I invite you to participate as you're able with the responsive parts and the singing. And Mark, if you would like to participate with me in the call to worship, everyone else can stay muted, but Mark will read the parts that you're to read. We meet together to work and worship.
Trusting in God who anchors us in the good soil beside living waters.
We work and worship together.
Growing in grace and reaching out in love to the light of the world.
Will you join with me in prayer? Life-giving God, help us bear the fruits of your love in our work and witness as a regional council this day. In our partnerships with one another, may we be strengthened. Fed by your living waters, may we gain the courage to face uncertainty and change. Let us be reminded we are stronger growing together in your way, and that we are not alone, never alone. Amen.
Blessed are those who trust in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord. They shall be like a tree planted by water, sending out its roots by the stream. It shall not fear when heat comes, and its leaves shall stay green. In the year of drought, it is not anxious, and it does not cease to bear fruit.
Hi everybody, Aiden here. I'm so glad to be joined by Nancy Detbarn, the Minister of Music here at Westminster United Church. Nancy has very graciously and very helpfully offered her support in preparing this piece that we're about to share with you, and is offering her support right now in sharing it with you.
Oh, it's my pleasure to work on it. It's a very touching song.
Thank you, Nancy. This piece was something that came to my mind when I learned that the theme of this weekend was going to be growing our communities. When I was a young person, I went to St. Peter's United Church in Sudbury, and this song was often offered as a prayer and as a gift to children and young people in that community. It was offered by a fellow named Tim. We went looking to see if we could find a source for the music or the lyrics, and we couldn't find anything. So we've just called it Tim's Song, and we're so happy to be sharing it with you today as our prayer for you, as our prayer for all of us in our own growing faith, and certainly as a prayer for our region. And so we share with you Tim's song. I'm going to ask Nancy if she'd be willing to play it through, just the melody once for us, and then I'll sing the lyrics a couple times. and tall, with the heart of an oak, and the will of the willow to bend in the breeze. May your branches grow up to the sun and the moon, and your roots hold on tight to the earth. Thank you very much, Nancy, and thank you to all of you. We're praying for you, and we're so glad to be sharing in worship with you today. Take good care. Amen.
May the roots of our faith be planted so deep that even in times when no rain falls and no rivers flow, we may thrive and flourish as God's beloved people. May God's love for us be a wellspring of life, and may we learn to freely share what we have been given. Amen.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer and Aiden, for bringing us into this time and place together. We very much appreciate all the work that you have done. We'll now be moving into our first of 4 General Council 45 reports. These are just moments to spotlight some of the things that happened while we were worshiping and working together in Calgary this summer. So I'll hand it over to Roz Vincent Haven.
All right. Let me get my cursor where it needs to be. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm doing number 1. So I need to tell you, first of all, that the 45th General Council of the United Church of Canada was actually constituted online on Sunday, June 22nd from 4 to 7. And that day we had communion, the passing of enabling motions and ombudsman motions, and we met again online on Saturday, June 28th, from 11 to 7. That was a longer day online, discussing some major reports and proposals that were related to the practice of ministry. No decisions were made that day, but we were introduced to our table groups online with some discussion, and then we were off to Calgary. I came to Calgary 2 days earlier to attend a pre-council gathering of the LGBTQIA+ commissioners. For the 48 of us who gathered, it was a time to reflect on our past experience, support one another, and be prepared for the apology that would be later given to us. I was glad to have these folks with me at and after the service of apology. On Thursday, August the 7th, at 4 p.m., the 45th General Council in-person sessions began. That day, we were asked to wear black, as the Council took time to further reinforce the commitment of the United Church of Canada to the Thursdays in Black campaign. This is a campaign started by the World Council of Churches in the 1980s. Thursdays in Black is a peaceful protest against gender-based violence, especially during wars and conflicts. We gathered in a huge hall in the TELUS Convention Center in downtown Calgary. Here's a picture of the common table in front of the hall. I was at a table close to the front of the hall, perhaps because of my hearing impairment or just luck. Richard Auckland, the president of Antrim River Watershed Regional Council, was our table group facilitator and did a wonderful job of leading and supporting all of us. He was truly one of my angels at GC. Here's a scan of the front of the hall from my table. And that was just the front of it. It was a huge space. Also at my table was our theme speaker, the Reverend Dr. Karen Georgia Thompson, General Minister and President of the United Church of Christ, USA. She was absolutely amazing, and not only a great speaker, but a wonderful poet as well. You'll hear more about her later. I got to know her a wee bit over the days we spent together and feel very blessed by the knowing. After dinner on that first day, we took part in table group check-in and then were introduced to all of the candidates for moderator or moderator nominees, I think they said. Following the announcements after that and the review of the following day, we ended with a meet and greet reception with those nominees. Our next morning, Friday, August the 8th, started here at Knox United in Calgary for a service of apology. The apology was made by the United Church of Canada to the 2S and LGBTQIA+ people and communities. The sanctuary was packed and the balconies also, with all the General Council members and local United Churches in attendance. Friends, I can tell you that it was a very hard time for me personally. I was lucky that I had volunteered to sing in the choir at the service because the focus helped me to hold me somewhat together. When the words were spoken about the explicit and implicit harm that the church had done to people like me, it brought up many shining wounds that I had thought I had well buried. You see, I lived through much of what is acknowledged in the apology while in paid accountable ministry within this United Church. My decision to live with integrity and not hide the truth of who I am and who I love was not welcomed either by local communities of faith or by leaders in high church courts in the early 2000s. Being honest and believing that secrets don't ever serve brought only accusations of boldness by those in power and lack of call or appointment because the congregations, the community of faith, were afraid to take a chance on hiring an out-married lesbian minister. As a result, my record of employment does not reflect the true number of years I have served this church. Friends, the apology is just words. What actions are taken now to live out those words is of paramount importance. That day, those of us who were in the community of 2S and LGBTQIA commissioners were given a special room for lunch by ourselves to digest and integrate our emotions and the impact of the apology to us. I greatly appreciated that care and thought that was said. In the afternoon, we were treated to our first theme presentation by Dr. Johnson, followed by an introduction to justice proposals and the first moderator's ballot. Our day ended early with gathering of our first sessions of the larger discussion groups. That evening, we dined about town, and I chose a restaurant that served steak. Who sat down at my table was moderator nominee Kimberly Heath. She got my vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roz. Very much appreciated. We are now moving into our time for discussion around our financial reports. So we have first our presentation of the financial report for 2025 and 2024. So I'll hand it off to Mark and to Brent.
Good morning, everyone. It's Brent Kaslik. I'm the treasurer for Western Ontario Waterways, and I'm pleased to be with you this morning. Financial information for most of you is likely a very boring part of this meeting, but I hope that I can go through some of the numbers fairly quickly. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask the question, and hopefully I'll be able to answer it. If not, I'll have my backup, Mark, and Mark will be able to answer it. We're going to be dealing with proposal number 2, and if you turn to your workbook and the financial report for the audited 2024, you need to go to your workbook and get that financial statement if you have it printed out. We are unable, we made a decision not to try to share screen because it's the pages are hard to read on a share screen. So please go to your workbook and find the draft financial statements for the Western Ontario Waterways ending December 31st, 2024. The proposal, and I'll go through the proposal of all the financials that I'm going to be doing so that you just have it up front, and that's also found in your workbook. So proposal number 2 is talks about the budget 2026. And like all proposals, and we see this at General Council, what is the issue? Why is the issue important? How are we going to deal with it? So I will read a little bit of the proposal number 2. This will be kind of the longest part of it. What is the issue? Transparency and accountability are key elements of financial management in any charity. It is important that the Regional Council is guided through these principles and modules and models these practices for the communities of faith within its bound. The Regional Council needs to understand both the strengths and the challenges of the financial situation to be able to function effectively in present and to ensure it is well positioned for the future. Establishing a budget is one step in the process and will guide the executive in its management of Regional Council resources. Income comes normally from 2 or 3 different sources. First source is the assessment grant, which comes from General Council. It's used for governance and shared services. And the other portion comes from the mission and service grant, and it's used for mission and ministry. The Regional Council also receives some investment income. It gets a grant, 50% grant back from the archives, and the Regional Council shares 25% of the proceeds of any disbanding congregation. In that proposal, you'll see how the expenses are broken out. Expenses are reported according to the ministry they support. And so you can see below a graph that illustrates the different ministries. One is regional operations, which would cover basically Mark and Max and the administrative people. Communities of faith, what is under past relations, there's the communications, the connecting, social justice, right relations, and then of course office operations, building expenses. The Regional Council has established an investment policy and has created an investment portfolio that it anticipates will help address to gap any between the increasing expenses and diminishing grants. And of course, what might the Regional Council, the Regional Council, do? Receive the internal 2025 operating statement to date, which is up to the end of September. Approve the 2024 auditors report. Appoint KMG LLP as auditors for the 2025 fiscal year, ending in December of this year, and adopt the proposed budget, 2026 budget, authorizing executive to adopt as necessary. That's the longest part. I hope that I have to talk on that part. So turning, if you have had a chance, there are basically, of the audited statement, there are really 5 or 6 main areas in the audited financial statement. The first is the auditor's report. There is a statement of financial position, which is known as a balance sheet for some of us in the accounting world. The next area would be statement of operations. There's a statement of change in funds, a statement of cash flows, and I won't like to go into that because it's just showing money in, money out, and you'll see when we go through it, it didn't change much in 2024. And then there's a schedule of any restricted funds, both internally. Internally would be funds that the region or former presbyteries have kind of set up, And then there's an external, which would be funds that have come in from other external forces that we're managing for them. Okay. So first page into the report is the independent auditor's report, and I only read a bit of it. It's from the auditors, and the basis, I think the main thing is in their opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material aspects the financial position of the equity or the entity as of December 31st, 2024, and its results of operations and its cash flows for the year ending in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. They conduct their audit in accordance with the Canadian generally accepted auditing standards, and their responsibilities under these standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements, and you'll see that in the further into the report. They have 6 responsibilities. I'm not going to go into that. You can read that on your own, or you've all maybe already have read that. Turning then to the next statement, which is the statement of financial position or the balance sheet. It is broken down into 3 funds: the operating fund, the restricted funds, and the property funds, and then with a grand total of December 31st, 24 on your right, and then the very right shows you the previous year. Cash in total was $1,449,000 compared to the year before of 1.6. And then you have some due to and from other funds, and they're just back and forth between restricted and property, and they end up being 0 at the end of the year because they wash each other out. Investments, you'll see we have 1.6 million in the operating, 3.9 million in the restricted, and nothing allocated directly for property funds. There's a small loan receivable and capital assets, which would be the building in Hamilton. So that totals our assets in total for December 31st, 2024, out on the right side of $7 million versus $6,500,000 the year before. We have some liabilities, accounts payable and accrued liabilities of $130,000. $105,000 is really under the operating fund. So those will be payables that weren't paid out in cash by the end of December. And then we have our fund balances. Internally restricted, and you'll see that in Schedule 1, is 3.9 million under the restricted. Externally, 660,000. And to balance off our liabilities and funded balances to agree with our current our assets, again, 7,114,000. The next page is the statement of operations. Again, the auditors are breaking the income into 3 categories: what is operating, what is restricted, what is coming from property funds or property sales. So we see under the operating fund, we have general counsel assessments, the grants that we get. Last year it was $401,375. The mission support grants were $180,000. Here is the Ontario Regional Council Archives giving us back half of the archive funds, $21,776, and miscellaneous donations, registration, and other revenue for $34,000 under the operating fund for $637. You'll see under the property funds, there's $384,672 and a little bit of other miscellaneous income. That's basically the sale of 2 properties that occurred in 2024, the Oliphant property and the Bluevale property. Sometimes these funds might have transpired even in 2023, but the funds didn't reach the office in Toronto until 2024. Under the expenses, you will see the various expenses, salaries, grants, etc. For the operating, those total expenses totaled $767,000. Under the restricted, what we paid out was $94,000. And in the property funds, $227,000. And that money mainly is going to the endowment, M&S endowment, to the M&S fund, to the Indigenous fund. What's the other one? There's another one. Anyways, that's the total that has gone out of the property fund. So that leaves us with a net revenue under the operating. There was a small negative, 129,757, 94 negative in the restricted, a positive 165 coming into the property funds. Then we have some investment income. Under the operating, it was 238,000, 440,000 under the restricted. So that's a total for the year of 678,000. Leaving us with net revenues for the operating of 108,370, under the restricted 346,000, under the property 165, for a total of 619. That's what has come in 2024. The next page that I would lightly look at is the page after, which this shows you the statement of changes in the funds. And it gives you the fund balances for the three categories: the operating, the restricted, and the property funds. The revenues earned, any interfund transfers, and it gives you a balance at the end of the year after deducting any accounts payable under the operating of 1,024,000. The restricted 4.5 million, and the property funds 1.4 million approximately. So that's our kind of what I would call in normal accounting is your equity. That's what you have in value. The next statement is a statement of cash flows. I'm not going to go through it. It's hard to understand for the normal layperson, but generally, if you look at the cash at the end of the year for both 2023 and 2024, they're basically the same. So cash came in, cash went out, really no major change in what happened during the year. The final report that you might want to look at is the schedule of restricted funds, and it shows you the internally restricted. It shows you what we have with PTCC, which is kind of in the center. It's Western Ontario Waterways Regional, Note 7. You can look at those notes. In total, it's about 3.1 million with a PTC at the end of December of 24. I don't know if there's any more questions. The other part you may want to glance at and look at that are part of the report are the notes, and there's nothing really I'm going to take a lot of time on unless there's some questions. And I'll leave it at the moment. Are there any questions on the audited report?
Are there any questions for Brent? I don't see any. Michelle?
Not seeing any, President.
It's such a boring topic. They've all fallen asleep.
That's okay. Okay, Bruce, your question?
Good morning, Bruce Dixon from Dublin Street United Church. And Brent, can you just explain, you'd had in the three categories, operating and forgot the second one, and the last one was building funds. Can you tell us what those building funds are for, how they're used? Thank you. Okay, so
Yeah, I'll let Mark, he's raised his hand. He's going to answer that question. Yippee!
Sure. So in the property fund, the terms of the property fund are that the money is to be used to help support communities of faith. And remember that this is the 2024 statements. In 2020, either it was the fall of 2024 or the spring of 2025. I don't remember, but we did create some new funds at a regional council meeting that we're going to use the property funds, some of those property funds. So there was a bridge loan fund. There was a ministry fund for communities of faith that we're looking to increase the number of hours that they were offering ministry. And then there was also I'm just looking on our website now to remember what the name of the last one was. Oh, there's also a congregational legacy fund as well. And then the bridge loan and matching grant fund and the clergy salary fund. So in total, I believe we took about $800,000 out of the property money to use those three to fund those three funds that communities of faith can apply for. We also use some of the property money comes out to pay portion of our right relations staff person position. And then the property money is also invested when those funds are not being used, that money is invested. So then the investment income is also what comes to help offset the budget as well.
Thank you. Good job, Brent. It's not all boring.
It's not boring. Thank you, Bruce.
So I just got a note. So our past president, Jennifer, is more on top of financial things than I am. So she has confirmed that they were passed in the fall of 2024, but then were not implemented until the beginning of 2025. So the next time we get an audited statement in the restricted funds, we should see those funds in there as well.
Is there any other questions? I don't see any.
Okay.
I think it is safe to move on to our 2026 budget.
Thank you, Rebekah. So if you would please turn, and I think John Neff is going to share the screen in regards to the operating budget. And that's fine, John, you can move forward. That's the proposal there. That's great. So this will be on the screen for you and you can kind of follow it through. I did notice last night when I was going through the numbers that this statement is a little goofy and it may be fine. I don't know if it's been changed. We'll see. So I'm going to focus on three columns. One is the 2025 budget, which is in orange or kind of a pinky shade. You will see the next column, E, is the 2025 up to the third quarter actuals, and then the proposed 2026 budget. In total, when you look at the totals under the transfers, you will see that the 2025 budget, we budgeted $843,000, and this year it's down very slightly to $838 as revenue coming in. The main change there is that we know under the PTCC grant, we're only going to be allowed to pull out of the revenue from them $72,000 instead of $82,000, which we were able to take out in 2025. Other than that, the grants are roughly the same. They are the same. Salary support has changed just a bit. That salary support just helps a share to cover Mark and Max's salary that the general counsel gives back to each region. Okay, if you can just move it up a bit, John, please. Then we go into regional operations. And most of the numbers in either in the budgets and the actuals, your salaries are going to be approximately half of what our expenses are going to be in the year. The salaries are, you will look at the different categories. Some will be down, some may be slightly up. And the reason for the change in salaries, we've had staff changes. So we have new staff which come in at maybe lower salary ranges than the staff that have left or have retired. So that's a major change in some of the salary numbers. I think if I added correctly, the salaries that we had budgeted last year are roughly 451,000. This year they're going to be about 425. So there's about a $25,000 plus that we're going to save in salaries this year. And that's because of change in staffing from older staffing to new staffing that come in at lower salary rates.
I'll just add, it's Executive Minister Mark speaking, and I'll just add, Brent, that also some of the changes people might see in different categories is because we have tried to do a better job of actually allocating the staff's time where in what category it should be in, pastoral relations or communication. And so even as much as like 0.08 of a full-time we put into one category as opposed to having it all in a different one. So that's part of the changes there as well. Just if people are wondering why some are up and some are down, it's also just a change in the allocation of their time as well.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I forgot that. So you can see the total here for 2025 was 223,000. The actual up to the end of September was 118, and the budget that we're forecasting is 228.5. This is just for the regional operations, Mark and Max's, and some administrative staff in there. Next is communities of faith. Again, the staffing 128 and 25, up to September 107, and we're budgeting 133. And that staffing really that's kind of stable. That hasn't really changed overall. Okay. Next is pastoral relations. Again, 50,000, almost 51,000 for 2025, and this year again budgeting for 50,000, almost the 51,000 again. So not much change in the staffing there. Okay. And then you can see the other for the human resource meetings, we've allowed 3,000 for any special events that the human resources want to hold. 10,000 has been allocated, and there's a small emergency fund of 1,000. Again, comparing 25 to budget to 26 is no change really. Connecting. Here you will see a change in the staffing, as Mark has mentioned, just reallocating 41,900 basically in 25, in 26 at 25,000. Communications, same thing, reallocation of staffing, 36 and 25, 24 and 920 in 26. Social justice and outreach, staffing in 2025, 33,000. In 2026, 43,000. So again, just moving the staff around a bit into the areas that are that we think are more deserving of where the cost should go. Okay, and faith formation. Again, staffing changing and reallocation of staff and possibly new staff. Well, we know new staff will change coming in effect here for 2026. Right relations, 18,000, 19,000 for 2026. And then to top it all off, then we have our office and GCO accounting and IT expense, 40,000 for 2025. I'm saying maybe it'll be closer to 45. Office operation, 25. I've brought it down a bit, 20. 65 in total to 60 this year. Building expenses, which would be the operation of the building, our share in Hamilton, 12,500 budgeted last year, 13,000 this year. Mission and service still the same. So total expenses in 2025 are 884, 865 this year. We're having a small deficit in 2026 of $27,000 versus last year of 41. And you will see on the financial statements, we ended up with a positive in our operations, and that's partially due, we don't budget for any change in increase in value and fair value of our investments. So that's why you're going to see a difference in the actual operations turning around from a negative to a positive. I hope I've kind of explained that. That's as much as I want to say, and I'm open to any questions.
All right, everyone. Does anyone have any questions for Brent or for Mark around our budget for our upcoming year? Norm.
Hi, Norm.
Is there anything that would cause increase or decrease as far as the assessment to the individual churches or communities of faith?
That's a good question, Norm. And yes, in 2026, the assessments are going up slightly. That was a proposal that came to General Council in August. And I will be speaking a bit about that in my little talk about my time at General Council. So yes, it's going from 4.5 to 5%. So we have to notify or make sure our treasurer is aware that the assessment will change for budget purposes for your churches for 2026. It's not a big change, but yes, there is a small change there.
And I would just add as a note, a follow-up note to that, that is not something that we at the regional council have any control over. The assessments are a national assessment that is done by the General Council Office to fund the governance of the United Church of Canada. And then from that assessment is where on the budget line you saw the $325,000 in revenue. That is the regional council's portion of the national assessment that is given out. Each regional council has the option to tack on an assessment for the regional council itself, and Western Ontario Waterways is not in a position where we need to do that, and so understand that anything extra from the regional council would be an extra burden on the communities of faith. So we are not doing that.
Was that helpful, Norm?
Yes, and I will make sure that my community of faith understands that.
There was just a notice from the chief financial officer. It was just sent out a couple days ago. I just noticed it in my email advising all treasurers to be aware of the change in the rate. It, again, as I said, it's not likely going to be a big change, but there is a small change going up for the national assessment for 2026, which comes due in February of 2026.
Thank you very much for your question, Norm. Are there any other questions? Jen Westbrook.
Hello, Jen Westbrook from Glenmorris United.
Hi, Jen.
What is the percentage used for the increase for the budget for 2026? The budget rate?
Most the rates that we would have used would have been around 2%, 2 and 5, roughly the same as what salaries have changed in 2000 from 2025 to 2026.
Okay, I just know that last year you kind of said there was a specific number, so just so that our treasurers can use kind of a similar number.
Yeah, about 2.5 would be the maximum.
Yeah, a standard operating for things like building expenses or those sorts of things. Lots of times people will use a 4.5% as that's what we have used in the past. There will be years where that is too much, and there will be years when that might not be enough. But the thought process is that over time, a 4.5% is, as an average, makes sense. But yeah, as Brent said, we actually in the regional council don't have that many expenses that are uncontrollable that fall under that. The majority of our expenses are salary, which we do know what that is, and we know what that is going up by. It's not a guess on building supplies or how much cleaners are going to cost or that sort of stuff.
I just add, Jen, that if you re-looked at the building expenses, they did go up 4%, like 12,500 to 13,000. That was 4%, kind of a 4% increase, but generally it is not more than 2.5%. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. So we need to get a mover and a seconder for the proposal number 2.
President Rebekah, I will move this report, or the report. So it would be, I move that we receive the internal 2025 operating statement for information only, that we receive and approve the 2024 auditor's report, that we appoint KPMG LLP as auditors for the 2025 financial year, and adopt the proposed 2026 budget as presented.
Thank you, Brent. Ann Harbridge.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Ann Harbridge. All right, can I call? Nope. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? I don't see any hands going up. Michelle?
Not seeing any, President.
Okay. So can I call for the poll to be posted? And that will run for about 45 seconds.
While you're waiting on that, Rebekah, I just want to say a special thanks to Mark, to Michelle, who had to change a couple of the numbers at the last moment, and to John Neff for doing the sharing of the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, can I call for the poll to be closed? And that has passed with an overwhelming majority. Thank you very much, Brent and Mark, for that presentation. You might think that it's boring, Brent, but it is very necessary work and is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
At this point in our morning, we will begin the first half of our Toward 2035 presentation by Cam Fraser. That presentation will be split into 2 as we will have a break coming up. Hello, Cam. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, Rebekah. Thank you for having me today.
Welcome. I'll hand the screen over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Just getting a slideshow up on the screen, and hoping that that's there, and hoping anyone from tech will let me know if it's not looking the way that it should be. I am here to talk with you about Towards 2035. And my name is Cameron Fraser, and I serve in the General Counsel offices as the Director of Growth and Ministry Development. And I will say a little bit more about that role as well as we speak together. I wanted to say how lovely I found this morning's worship and how aligned I found it with what I hope I'll be speaking about today, this idea of growing communities and this vision of growth as that which is deeply rooted and roots going deep to that which nourishes, to knowing a rooting and a connecting, particularly in the opening prayer and Tim's song that we heard. And so I'm grateful to Jennifer, to Aidan and Nancy for your worship. It was beautiful and encouraging to me. On the screen before you, you see there is a picture of a lovely family well, I think they're lovely. I'm kind of biased, in front of a church on Christmas Eve. I mentioned before that I work for the General Counsel offices, and while that office building is located on Bloor Street in Etobicoke, I serve from my home in the Cathedral neighborhood of Regina, Saskatchewan on Treaty 4 territory. This photo of me and my family was taken in the winter of 2023. I was in my 9th year of ministry at Knox Metropolitan United Church in downtown Regina. I had been living in Regina since 2014, just after our second daughter, Isla, was born. I had previously lived in Milton, Ontario, along the 401, where I was in ministry with St. Paul's United Church and the Annex, which was a new church plant, a fresh expressions outreach project that had started in 2008. And during that time, I was also the camp director of Ryerson United Church Camp in Turkey Point on Lake Erie. So not within y'all's regions, but close neighbors. And as I look at the participant list, I see many familiar names. In the winter of 2023, just a little bit after this, this picture was taken on the United Church social media accounts, a notice went up that the church was going to create a new role to animate what it had named as a leading priority, and that role would be called the Director of Growth and Ministry Development. And I, perhaps like others in the church, thought, well, this is going to be interesting. Let's see who they find to fill that role. And then, quite disturbingly, friends and colleagues began reaching out to me and asked if I thought I might put myself forward for consideration. And what made it even worse is that I began to feel within myself a call to add my name in there. And as I read what that job was seeking to do within the church, and I thought about the trajectory of my ministry within congregations, thinking about church planting, about camping, about community outreach, I began to think that maybe I should. And then to further complicate things, the interview team seemed to also have a sense that perhaps I would have something to add to this role. And so now I'm thinking, goodness gracious, who did they choose for this role? And how is this going to go? Perhaps you've heard about the Growth Initiative. Perhaps you've heard about it without realizing. On the screen before you is a place at the table depiction of the Last Supper with diverse United Church disciples on a beautiful lake in British Columbia. And on the screen before you now is a number of pictures of the 100 Tables project, in which local communities inspired by that big picture of the table reached into the center of their faith story to share who they are with their neighbors and what they believed about the expansive invitation to beloved community that Jesus offers us at the table. And if you've heard of these things, then you have seen the Growth Initiative out in the wild or in action. And if you know or have interacted with Reverend Greg Smith-Young, who is the growth animator within the regions that you are a part of, you've heard about the Growth Initiative, maybe without hearing about it. And Greg speaks later today as well. One of the things that we love most about this work in supporting communities of faith and strengthening their invitation to their neighbors is gathering each week, Thursdays at 12 p.m. Eastern, to pray for and with communities of faith. And if there's ever something we can pray for your community of faith, please do let us know. So as has been said, I'm here to talk about Towards 2035. And I wonder if before I put that first slide up with the title Towards 2035, before Rebekah introduced me, if you had heard of Towards 2035. And if you had heard about it, I wonder where you did. Did you read the General Secretary's letter in this spring? Did you see either in person or online the presentation about Towards 2035 at General Council 45? Or maybe you read the Broadview article summarizing that presentation. And if you heard about it, if you've interacted with it in some way or another, I wonder what you understood, what you understand to be the main message of Towards 2035, how it lands with you, and what you understand us to be called into together when we talk as the United Church about this piece of work. When we presented at General Council 45, I shared the stage with Trina Duncan, Executive Minister for Pacific Mountain and Chinook Winds Regional Councils. And she began our presentation by reminding us of what happened in 1925 and the years leading up to it, appropriate to do so in a centennial year. She invited us to reflect on what it must have been like for leadership at the congregational and denominational level in that moment, to have discerned God's lead to imagine something new, a new church for a changing world. And what courage that must have taken to pursue that vision, that calling. What grief must have been involved with that which people had known coming to an end. Think about how much paperwork that would have involved in an age before email, and how much postage stamps must have gone into all of that work. And what kind of visioning and dreaming must have sustained them to imagine a united church for a Canada that was yet defining themselves. She reminded us that in the 1960s, there was this expansive vision that there would be a church in every high school catchment area, in every rural town where the railway line stops. It was a dream and a vision that shaped the identity, the growth, and the sense of purpose that the United Church held. And then change happened. And more change, and more change, and more change. In the country and within the church. That leads us to ask, what is now our vision and dream? What is the church that Canada needs in 2035 and beyond? And how will we shape ourselves? What does faithfulness to God's call look like in this moment? Not faithfulness to ensure the survival of an institution, but for the sake of the good news with which we have been entrusted, that which we encourage one another with, that which we proclaim to the world around us, that we are not alone, that we live in God's world. And so this question of what comes next brought together national and regional executive ministers in the fall of 2024 to look honestly at where the United Church is and what we must do together. They brought numbers and charts, but also lived stories of their experience of the church across the country, and the deep love that they share of the church, and asked a lot of big questions. They ask, what is the likely future of the United Church of Canada if we continue on a current path? And what might it take to shift that trajectory? And how do we lead into what comes next from a place of faith and not fear? And out of that gathering came a commitment to engage the whole church in a conversation and to work towards developing a whole church strategy that both is informed by data, but is informed by our call to discipleship, that leaves us with a vision of resilient, inspired, diverse, and multi-generational church that is called in love to witness and ministry across a vast country in both rural and urban spaces from coast to coast to coast. In the 1960s, the United Church shared a common understanding of what that would look like. It looked like a church in every high school catchment area or every town. But what does that commitment to be a church for the whole of Canada look like today? And what might it look like in the next 10 years, in 2035 and beyond? And this is the question that we are asking ourselves in Towards 2035. It's the question we are all invited to put our minds to. And to help us ask that, I'm going to draw our attention to two things, to some lines from a song of faith and to the word of God spoken to the people living in exile through the prophet Isaiah. So before you on the screen are words from a song of faith. We sing of a church seeking to continue the story of Jesus by embodying Christ's presence in the world. We are called together by Christ as a community of broken but hopeful believers, loving what he loved, living what he taught, and striving to be faithful servants of God in our time and place. I want us to pause and take a moment to think about these words, to take a moment to think about Jesus, to ask ourselves, what is it about the story of Jesus, what he loved, how he lived, what he taught, how he embodied and witnessed to God? What is it about Jesus that captures our heart? I wonder if you can name something for yourself about what that something is. And when you think of that something, to think about that final phrase, in our time and place. When you think of the place you call home, your town, your city, your neighborhood, your postal code, your block, when you think about the gifts and the challenges of this moment, these intersecting and compounding crises we find ourselves in, what is it about Jesus that you long to see embodied, about that presence in the world, not spoken about from 10:30 to 11:30 on a Sunday morning, but what do you long to see present in your neighborhood and the town you call home and out of which you relate to this wide, wide world? And to root our thinking in that, we're going to pause and the tech folk are going to help us go into some breakout rooms. And I think that you have already met with groups last night, and so you're going to be going back into those same groups. And for 10 minutes, you're going to have a conversation to see if you can each name in a few sentences for yourself, what is it about Jesus, the story of Jesus that captures your heart right now? And what is it about the story of Jesus that you long to see embodied in the place that you call home? So I'm hoping our tech friends can help us ensure that these questions are in the chat for you as you move into your breakout groups. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and hand things off to the wizards behind the scenes.
Thank you, Cam. It's Michelle, tech host, talking, and we're going to go into breakout rooms now for 10 minutes. Thank you, Cam. We're all back.
Thank you so much. Friends, if we had longer, it would be lovely to hear your conversations. So once again, this is Cam Fraser speaking, and on the screen we have the words of Isaiah 43:19. In the book of Isaiah, this is what the voice of God says to a people who have found themselves in a situation that is to them unimaginable. That which they have always known, that which had held them for generations, that which had defined their sense of themselves and of God was no longer. And in every sense, they were far from home. I'm about to do a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. And I wonder what it could have felt like to be amidst a moment in which everything they saw around them would suggest that a new thing was not possible, that a way in the wilderness, that rivers in the desert felt like a stretch of the imagination too far. And they are asked this question, do you not perceive it? What do you understand to be happening? What do you see in this moment? And this is a question I'm going to invite us to ask as we continue along. This is a question I think that is at the core of what we are calling towards 2035. What do we understand to be happening within our churches, within the world that we are called to serve? And what do we believe God is doing? Now, this next segment is about data. And if you are a person who likes charts and graphs, you are in for a treat, because I've got some charts and graphs. And if you are a person who thinks to yourself, Cam, life is way too complicated and nuanced to be fully captured in a graph, well, I agree. And I also love charts. I think they are helpful for what they are helpful for. Whether you are one of those two things or whether you're a combination of both, I want to invite us to remember this. Data is not the story. Data tells part of the story. It's one way to envision and speak about things that are complex. And I think as we think about some of the theological traditions from which we draw our ancestry, this idea that we hear God in the interplay of many things, of scripture, of tradition, of reason, of experience. Can data not be part of that, informing what we are understanding and thinking about? I also want to say this about the charts that I'm going to show. I am very aware, as are others who have been a part of this, this is not the first time within the United Church of Canada that we have sought to tell the story of where we find ourselves and where we might be going using numbers. And that these numbers don't tell us much different from those other times. And that we have sought to do so. We have sought to create sense of urgency and sense of purpose, and then our energy wanes. And if you are familiar with past efforts, I'm not going to show you something much different. And I wager that much of what this is going to show is going to be familiar and thoughtful. And here we are, an opportunity to say, what do we perceive in this moment with this information? And what shall we do as a broader community about it? And so to begin with, I'm going to put the numbers that we'll talk about into the context of some trends and changes outside of the church and the way that Canadians identify themselves in relation to religion. So on the chart, on the screen in front of us, there's a pie chart. I'm talking about religion in Canada in 1991. And I'm going to talk about a few, I'll describe what's on the screen in a few things and talk about it. But I wonder first, where you were in 1991. So in 1991, I was in middle school. I'm at Sam Sherritt Public School in Milton, Ontario. I was going through a bit of a hip hop phase. My favorite band at the time was Crisscross. They were rappers who were known for wearing their jeans and their hooded sweatshirts backwards. I went and watched them at Canada's Wonderland, and I am so lucky that I grew up in the age of like film cameras, which meant that my parents had to be extraordinarily selective of what they did and did not take pictures. Because if I had grown up in an age of smartphones, I am sure there would be photographic evidence of grade 6 me dressed with my clothes backwards going to a Crisscross concert. And I am thankful to Providence that no such photos exist, or that would be the next slide. In 1991, when Canadians were asked about their religion, the two most common answers were Roman Catholic, which was 49%, and the chart shows almost half of the circle in the color of Roman Catholicism. And the United Church of Canada was 12%. And an additional 23% named some other Christian affiliation. 13%, about the same amount that claimed United Church as their religion, claimed no religion. And I've now put up a pie chart of 2021, the last time this question was asked. And there's a significant change. The Roman Catholic slice of the pie that was previously half has moved from 39% or 33%, sorry. The United Church has decreased to 4%, a much smaller size of the pie. And there's a red slice there that's now over 1/3 of the pie that represents no religion. It's the single greatest increase, and it's the single most common response. I'm now showing a chart that has lines in the same colors that those pie pieces of the pie were in, that shows the upward or downward movement of that particular thing. And that red line, you can see that red line that goes from very low, no religion in 1991 to quite high in 2021. And there's a lot of wondering about that. Is it that the number of people who have no religion or no religious interest has actually increased by that much? Or is it that the social acceptance of claiming no religion for oneself has increased? And it probably has a little bit of both. But I wonder how this reflects your experience, the people that you know, the community that you are a part of. In this same time period, between the 1990s and the early 2020s, what can we say about participation within the United Church of Canada during this time? So I'm going to be showing a couple of charts. And each chart, there will be 3 time points on there. 1992, which will be gold. 2023, which will be blue. And then red, which is a projection for 2035. I want to say something about those projected numbers. The data team, we have data analysts who work in the General Counsel office, and they took information from 1992 to 2023 that communities of faith submit through the annual statistics forms and entered all of those years between 1992 and 2023, and then used Excel's feature and formula for projection. And they project that forward to provide a best case scenario, a low confidence scenario, and an average. And what we are presenting today is the average. We wondered whether the years of 2020 to 2022 were adversely affecting the trends that we could see. And so we pulled them out and put them back in, and we looked together with the data analysts and said that there was not a significant change. So if you're wondering, does this include the kind of COVID lockdown years? It does, because when we pulled it out, it did not have a big change. Now, a projection is not a prediction. It's not a prophecy. It's meant to be a point around which we can center our thinking and our discernment. So to be clear, I am not saying that in 2035, it will be this or it will be that. These numbers are a way of trying to give us something to conceive of what is possible or perhaps probable in the future, and to give us something that we can talk about what future we think we might experience, and about what future we hope we might experience, and what future we can take intentional steps to help co-create. And to use the words from Isaiah, what we perceive might be possible, what God might be calling us into. There's lots of different numbers that are collected within the United Church, and our data analysts do take a look at them. Today, we're going to focus on congregational participation, because we're not taking a long time together to get into these things. So some of the things I'm going to show, we might be thinking, Cam, those are not the only markers about what a church is all about. And that is 100% true. And we're not trying to do that in this particular sense, but to give us some things that we can talk about and think about together. This information, the slides that I'm showing and other charts, have been brought together in a resource for congregations to look at together and to have small group or large group discussions about. That will be available within the next few weeks. And as such, we're not taking these slides and sending them out because we want folks to be able to interact with them in the context of the other pieces of information and conversation that we are inviting us into. And so stay tuned for all of that. So I'm right now showing a chart about total membership within the United Church of Canada. On the far left, the gold column, which is the highest column, shows about over 750,000 members in the United Church in 1992. The middle, the blue, in 2023 shows about 320,000. And if we take those numbers and that trend and we project it forward into 2035, it's about 111,000 and change. And so we're not going to try to get into the specifics of any of them, but I want us to take a note of the difference, the trajectory and change, the decrease, the decline, and the rate that is coming in total membership. It's pretty severe, a very high far left and a very low far right. When we look at average Sunday Worship attendance, I'm not going to mention the numbers here, but we see a very high gold bar in 1992, significantly lower in 2023, and then even more shockingly low in 2035. And again, these are projections. This is about math. It's about what the numbers say moving forward. We look at identifiable givers, a similar trajectory, very high, quite low, and then even lower and towards 2035. When we look at participation in Sunday school over the same 3 points, we see an even more dramatic change. And you might be thinking to yourself, Cam, Sunday school does not tell us the whole story of the United Church's connection with children, youth, young adults, and I totally agree with you. What we're doing in this is bringing together numbers that are 1 point that we can look at together. Is not the only expression of ministry with and to children, youth, and young adults within the United Church. We've begun working with regional staff who support first, third, or children, youth, and young adult ministries to begin mapping out what does this look like when we take into account things like camps, campuses, or non-Sunday programming, events, and leadership opportunities. Before we show the next chart, I want to remind us and invite us to draw to mind what we've seen. 4 points of data that chart individual participation across the whole of the church. And each one shows a pretty similar trajectory when we look at 1992 compared to 2023 and projecting it towards 2035. Because the final chart looks at number of pastoral charges, and it looks pretty different. 1992, a gold bar that represents 2,400 and some pastoral charges. In 2023, 1,976. And those numbers projected forward in a red bar gets in 2035, 1,633. And it's a very different rate of change. We're seeing a much more mild decrease and decline. And if you're thinking, how on earth can this be possible? How on earth can that red column be the case when there is such a dramatic decrease of members, givers, participants in Sunday school, or worshipers? Well, if you're thinking that, and if you previously thought you don't know how to make heads nor tails of data, my friends, you're doing it. This is what data is meant to invite us to ask. Many of the conversations that we hear within the United Church is phrases like, we are closing congregations left, right, and center. And sometimes we might say that they are being closed at the rate of one per week. And no one is denying this, nor downplaying the significance that has on the people of those congregations or the communities in which they're located. But what we want to draw our attention to is that in addition to that, there is a dynamic that we probably need to pay attention to, because the decrease in numbers of pastoral charges is not in line with the decrease in individual participations. Rather than over this long period of time, some places remaining static while others have declined, that shift, that decrease is being felt throughout. There are obviously some exceptions, but we might consider this to be a thinning out or maybe a hollowing. And the experience of having less or maybe just holding on is becoming normative. I spend a lot of time talking to congregational leaders, both directly and hearing from our staff who are deployed throughout the church. And one of the most common things we hear when asking people how things are going is, well, we're doing okay as long as ... doesn't happen. Maybe you've heard something similar or said something similar. And the we're doing okay as long as ... doesn't happen is rarely like an unimaginable crisis, like a once-in-a-generational respiratory pandemic, or a cataclysmic change in the community like the loss of an industry, or a major population shift. The things that are looming in many of our imaginations are things that, quite frankly, are going to happen, like a building repair. We're doing okay as long as we don't have to replace the boiler. The retirement of a minister. And we're doing okay as long as so-and-so never retires and stays here forever. The death of a donor, the moving of a key lay leader, that there is an increasing anxiety that things like this could bring a community to a point of decision about their future. And that is causing tremendous anxiety and concern. And I think that there's another thing that this calls us to pay attention to. Projections and anecdotal evidence would agree that sometime within the coming 10 years, we will anticipate a pivot point, a sudden dramatic change in the number of pastoral charge that match this with the previous sides. And what that could mean is that with the significant decrease, we could see large parts of the country with no United Church presence. And perhaps there are already areas where you can think within your own context where this is happening. And when we think about this, it's not that we once had more franchises than Tim Hortons, and that we really liked that we had more franchises than Tim Hortons, and that we took a lot of our sense of collective identity from that. And that we're worried that in the future, we may only have more franchises than Robin's Donuts, and maybe even just barely. But if we think of where we began, and what you talked about in your breakout groups, that we sing of a church that seeks to continue the story of Jesus by embodying Christ's presence in the world in our specific times and places. If we believe that the story of Jesus matters in the places that we call home and that it matters in human lives, if we are sensed that we are called to witness this living and loving God across the country and to hold that vital witness in a unique way, then large areas with no United Church presence is something that we need to think really carefully about. It's not about wanting our brand to be more widespread than others, but about recognizing the unique call that we have to serve our communities. When we think about this in a map, I wonder what comes to mind about the place that you find yourself, about the rural areas in which you are located. Where I am on the prairies, we look at extremely large swaths of our area, and we wonder what the church looks like in the future. And we think if we are going to be that church that is called to be a church for Canada, that we must learn to think differently about how we understand United Church ministry embodied and lived out. Because towards 2035 is ultimately not about decline or about a dismal future. And it's not about these charts. These charts form our context. They call us to pay attention and to be awake and aware of reality. And it invites us to think, what if our future is not settling for a second best future, but can we imagine ourselves being called to embrace a calling that is true to who we believe we are meant to be? When I was in university, I worked at the sports camp at Trent University. And one of the areas I worked in was mountain biking. And when we were teaching mountain biking to young campers, we taught the skill we called tracking. We'd ride our bikes along a trail, and we'd pause for a particular space and look at the trail ahead. And we'd invite the campers to name the things that they saw on the trail, to name the rock that's on the left, the branch that's on the right, that turn that comes up there. And tracking in mountain biking is all about looking where you want to be going and recognizing the obstacles along the way. Because I don't know if you've got any mountain bikers, past or present, on the call today. If you're riding your bike along a path and you're looking at the rock ahead of you and you're thinking to yourself, don't hit the rock, don't hit the rock, don't hit the rock, don't hit the rock, you can probably guess where this is going. You are going to do one thing and one thing only. What do you think you're going to do? You're going to hit the rock. But when we know where the rock is, when we know where the bend is, when we know where the branch is, and when we are looking to where we want to go, we ride in such a way that our attention is guided by where we want to receive or where we want to end up. A former moderator, Carmen Lansdowne, often said that we do our best work collectively when we're trying to pursue our goals and our dreams and our visions and not solve our problems. General Secretary Michael Blair said to those who were gathered at the celebration of ministries in the Northern Spirit Regional Council this past spring that he was worried that we have become so focused on what we believe is the crises that we are facing about our institutional or individual survival, that we have lost a capacity to stop and to listen to the Holy Spirit. And on the screen, we have words from the prophet Joel quoted in the book of Acts, that God will pour the Spirit out on all flesh, that our children will prophesy, our young people will see visions, and our elders will dream dreams. And in the book of Isaiah, we hear God say that I am about to do a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. When we return after the break, we're going to continue to pick up these threads and to wonder about how we are postured at this particular moment, recognizing our shared context as a whole and as our individual communities of faith. Because there is no doubt that the number of human beings who currently live out their discipleship of Jesus through the United Church is significantly fewer than it was 20 years ago or any other point in the past. And that means that inhabiting structures built for 20 years ago is becoming increasingly challenging. How clear are we within ourselves about the season that the church was once in and the season that it is now? And what that season requires of us, invites us. And what story are we telling ourselves? Are we telling ourselves a story that we are a once large church that has failed to keep up with the times? Are we telling ourselves a story that our best days are decades in the rearview mirror? Or are we recognizing a story that we are who we are and that who we are today is enough for that which God calls us to? Not about resignation, not about giving up, but about saying, what is the call for this moment? What are we paying attention to? We're going to take a break. And when I come back, I'm going to invite us to think about some other things that perhaps are emerging, that perhaps we can say God is doing amongst us, about these things that our opening prayers and Tim's songs reminded us that we are rooted in and connected to. So I'll hand things off to Rebekah to tell us about the break.
Hello, folks. I'd like you guys to take this opportunity to have a bit of a bio break, replenish your coffee or tea, grab a snack, and we will come back together at 10:55 a.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you have had enough time to scurry to your different spots before finding your seat again. Just a gentle reminder to all of those coming up in our presentations that if you have a visual slide, especially if it is very integral to your presentation, that you take a minute to describe those slides for any of us with visual challenges. Cam, are we back? You are back. All right, I will hand it back over to you.
Thank you so much. So we have talked about some data. We have talked about some charts. And I have shared what arises to me. And I wonder for you, what arises for you who are hearing this? What does this all say about the moment that we are in as the United Church of Canada? As the United Church of Canada in Western Ontario waterways, or even more locally within the towns, cities, and rural spaces that you find yourself in. What does this moment ask of us? Can we receive all of this as an invitation to pray, to listen, and to act, to receive urgency, but to act with wisdom and thoughtfulness, and perhaps clarity? And can we make a choice for hope? And hope for what? Neither a resignation about the future, nor a longing to recapture a past that perhaps did not serve us. But what do we peg our hope on And what do we believe that future could look like? And so here is the invitation for conversation. Our tech friends are going to help us once again go into those small groups and to ask ourselves, what is the reaction to the data that we've talked about? Does it reflect your context? Is this reflective of the trajectory that you find yourselves in, or are you living in a different trajectory? And I wonder how your community is holding this moment that you're in, and that's a thing for conversation. What is the story that you're telling yourself about the present? What is the story that you're telling one another about the future? So our tech friends are going to make that happen and help us have these questions to be found in our small groups. And we're going to be together for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back all together.
Thank you, Cam. It's Michelle, tech host, speaking. I'm going to send you through to the same rooms again. Here we go. President Rebekah, we're all back.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Welcome back from your breakout rooms. And we still have a little bit more time with Cam.
This is Cam Fraser from the General Counsel Office speaking again, and thanks, President Rebekah, for handing things back. In the book of Isaiah, we hear, I am about to do a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I wonder what you spoke about in your small groups, what you are perceiving, what your community is perceiving in the moment that you find yourselves. I'm going to talk about some other things that I perceive within the broader church right now that might help us as we think about where we are putting our attention in this moment. I wonder if you knew that there are United Churches that are growing right now. In 2024, out of a total of 1,900 and some pastoral charges, 247 increased membership, 544 increased in worship attendance, 235 pastoral charges baptized adults, people 12 years or older, 386 pastoral charges welcomed people by profession of faith. If we flip that around and look at it from another perspective, around 2,000 people joined a United Church of Canada congregation in 2024. 2,000 people found something that resonated within their hearts and heard and felt a call to respond. And of course, membership through baptism or through profession of faith is not the only way to respond to such a call, but it is something. It's not that we value it more than others. And maybe there are other ways that your community has come to track and to understand the impact that you are having in a positive way in the lives of people. At another region, I was asked in the question and answer time about this, whether the point is that we are hoping to reverse a trend. And I had to pause for a moment, because I wondered if when we speak of seeking to reverse the trend that we are going on, we suggest that we should be collectively hoping to raise that blue bar back up to the level of the gold bar. Because if we did so, it would only be then that we are being the church that we are called to be. And that's far from what I believe is the call of this moment. I worried that in sharing that, there would be the impression that only churches that grow are worth paying attention to, which is also not the case. I think through the lens of the passage from Isaiah, we are invited to think differently. And I wonder if within the church there is a loss of confidence that the story of Jesus matters and could matter to the lives of the people in our neighborhood. I like to speak about growth, but not as a solution to a problem of decline, but to remember that when growth is named as a priority within the church, it's about strengthening an invitation with humility and confidence to share our faith and to build community with our neighbors. And I worry that sometimes we think that our neighbors no longer have an interest in doing so. And while that interest may be different, then one day it is also worth paying attention to. In 2022 and 2025, the United Church worked with public researchers to understand what Canadians think about faith. 60% of Canadians in 2022 expressed a felt sense of stress, a concern for their mental well-being, a wondering about whether they were living their life to its fullest potential, and expressed that they were lacking meaningful relationships. And an interesting thing is that 60% of Canadians who were expressing these things also expressed that they did not expect that a church would be a place they might find that. What if we understood ourselves, we who proclaim that we are not alone, that we live in God's world, that part of what we are all about is to eliminate loneliness, one connection by one connection within our communities, and that this is part of our call to be those who follow Jesus, who welcomed friends and followers into deep relationship. In 2025, the research that we conducted showed that 49% of Canadians who were not overtly against religion or actively engaged in religious practice, that 49% of that demographic express a belief or a sense that there is a God or a higher power. And 45% of that group engage in a practice of prayer. Our neighbors who are not formally religious pray, not every single one of them, but many, and have this intuition of seeking to connect to something. Is there a role for us as people of prayer to accompany them in their questions about what prayer could be like in their lives? On the screen is a picture of diverse United Church folk at a table. The place at the table picture, it's called. A recreation of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. In the Place at the Table campaign, we created a national picture that was shared on national scale to pique the interest of Canadians in this story that is at the center of our tradition, this table to which all are welcome, where we are invited as Christ's guests and friends. And up on the screen now is a slide I showed earlier of different pictures of tables in different congregational contexts. Some in front of the church, some where a church has taken their table out into the community. In the 100 Tables project, communities across the country were invited to use a picnic table to express something about who they were. 115 communities developed their own local initiative to share what they believed they represented about Jesus' invitation to the table and what that means to them. And I think you'll hear more about that from Greg later. We found that communities wanted to find ways to speak the story of their faith into their communities, and initiatives like this helped them get started. I wonder what your perception is of the people in your community about their interest or disinterest in faith and in spirituality. I'm about to do a new thing. Do you perceive it? Across the church where young people are being given space, they are finding connections. Whether we speak of United Church summer camps, United Church campus ministries, the Hub Community Network in this part of the province, Becoming Church, a new church plant of Pacific Mountain region of 20-somethings who engage in regular Friday evening worship in New Westminster, British Columbia, one of the so-called highest secular postal codes in one of the so-called highest secular provinces. And one of the really interesting things that we are finding is the Emerging Communities of Faith project. We have 24 communities of migrant and diasporic folk who are coming together, who are finding in the United Church a community that they wish to travel with as they build their communities here in Canada. Marie McDonald says that we need a goal. we need something to train our mind to look for in the world. Because we as humans, individually and collectively, we have this risk bias, this looking for the threats, for the things that we should be concerned about, and that we have developed this very naturally and importantly over the history of our species. And so we need something to train our brain to look for in the world. And so as part of Towards 2035, a statement has been created that we articulate a preferred future. And so this is what we have right now. In 2035, resilient, inspired, diverse, contextual, united church communities of disciples, coast to coast to coast, urban and rural, continue the story of Jesus by embodying Christ's presence in our time and place. In the broadest of terms and in diverse expressions across the country, inspired communities embody all the aspects of the denominational call to deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice. Resilient communities have sufficient stability and sustainability to prevent them from being just one or two crises away from closure. There is a sense of having and of being enough. The United Church as a whole more closely reflects the racial and ethnic diversity of Canada, with Indigenous and Francophone presence, and includes the presence of all generations, notably children, youth, and young adults. Can we find in a statement like this something to train our brains collectively and individually to look for in the world, to look for signs that this might be happening, that this might be something that God is building among us? What I've tried to share, both in and what I hope we are beginning to talk to, is signs where we see a future that we can hope for, long for, and work for together. Is this a way that we could speak of a new thing that God may be doing among us? And can we perceive early signs of this? And so when we speak of Towards 2035, are we talking about a top-down coordinated master plan with one size that fits all? Not at all. But it is being offered and asked, can we hold this as a whole church? Can we all collectively and in our individual spaces think about what we are going to be in the future? And as we do so, can we check in on ourselves personally and collectively? When we look at the future, to use the mountain bike metaphor, are we looking at the rocks? Or are we focused on the path that we hope to ride and trying to set goals for where we are going? We can ask ourselves, where is the bulk of our energy being spent? Is it trying to solve problems? Is it pursuing goals, dreams, and visions? So here are 5 threads that I think we can pick up as communities of faith. They may sound very broad, and that's purposefully, because we are being called to think, wonder, and pray. I wonder within your community if you can articulate why the good news is good news for you. Is there a compelling articulation of why the table that Jesus invites us to matters in your lives and in the lives of others? I wonder what happens if across the country our communities dedicate ourselves to prayer and to listening for that God who we proclaim is doing a new thing amongst us and what we would perceive. And I wonder what happens when we commit ourselves to connection, to believing that we are not alone, and to having these conversations about why the good news matters, about what we hope we might see in the future, not just within our own isolated spaces, but in community, to be connecting with communities of faith nearby, One of the things that is being invited in towards 2035 is for regional councils to take a broad look at their region and say, hey, as we look across this stretch of geography that we have been asked to be God's beloved community in, what do we see? Where are there areas that we are concerned about? Where are there areas of possibility and potential? And locally, to gather people together and to say, hey, what are you seeing about the future? How can we pursue that future together? And another step, another thread that we can pick up in our communities is invitation and connecting with our communities. In the 100 tables process, we saw what happens when communities step outside their doors and seek to express that of their faith, of Jesus's invitation to the table that is precious to them, that lights their hearts on fire with the people around them. And to think, where in our context are there newcomers to Canada who may be seeking a place of belonging and connection? And where are there young people within our lives, not necessarily enrolled in Sunday school classes, but where are there young people who we can connect with, whether in our communities or in our own lives as grandparents, nieces, nephews, and more? Towards 2035 invites us to think in our individual spaces and collectively about what the United Church of Canada needs to be in 2035 and beyond for the world that we find ourselves in. Can we be a group of inspired, resilient, diverse, and contextual communities who reflect where we find ourselves? We're disciples seeking to continue the story of Jesus, embodying Christ's presence in our time and place. Can we be in both rural and urban places? Can we be across the country, not in every high school catchment area or every railway stop, but ensuring that we are present coast to coast to coast? Additionally, in ecumenical and global relationships, with hope-filled, adaptive, effective ministry leaders in a denomination increasingly multi-generational, multiracial, and intercultural. We offer this not as a strategic plan, but as something we can tune our hearts and our imagination to look for signs where it may be emerging. And we end where we begin. We do this not because we long for our brand to be different than other brands, but because we sing of a church that seeks to continue the story of Jesus, embodying Christ's presence in the world. We are called together by Christ in our time and place to live what he loved, live what he taught, and to take his example to be faithful servants of God in the places that we call home. In the coming weeks, a version of what I have been presented will be available in a small group resource for congregations, for communities of faith, for pastoral charges on their own and with others to read through and ponder together. And we know that each regional council is being invited to think about how they pick this up in their unique context and what support General Council can play to cross-pollinate beautiful possibilities from one area of the church to the other and offer the support that regional councils need to support communities of faith in this. So I want to thank you for giving me the time to be here today. So thank you to President Rebekah, to Mark, Executive Minister, and to your tech team and your whole community. Thank you for engaging, and I'll turn things back to Rebekah.
Thank you very much, Cam. What a wonderful presentation. The video as a whole of the meeting will be shared. So this part of the presentation will be available for people to view again as they see fit, as I see questions coming up in the chat. All right. Everybody collectively take a deep and hopeful breath in and out as we move into our presentation from Roz Vincent Haven regarding our Congregational Support Commission. Roz?
Thank you, President Rebekah. Let's watch.
Hello, everyone who is part of the Western Ontario Waterways Regional Council. I'm Roz Vincent Haven, Chair of the Congregational Support Commission, as well as being the host of our quiz zone today. So many of us feel like our communities of faith are in jeopardy. So let's find out if you are all alone in the midst of all of the change that we're experiencing. First, I want to invite our contestants to introduce themselves.
I still sing out loud, though my part I'm proud of the harmonies we make. When we work as one, God's work is done to proclaim for the gospel's sake. I still sing in choir, though my fears are dire, hoping for help and some support. Will the CSC hear my faithful plea and respond when I need comfort?
Yoda am I, and studied your commission have I. The Spirit use I for knowledge, and a powerful ally it is. Anger, fear, and giving up, the dark side they are they. Alone we are not, you see.
I'm farmer, and been one for a long time. It seems to me that when the rain doesn't come and the weeds spring up, my only option is to figure out what changes are needed for the crops to grow. It's great when things go my way, but I have to know what resources are out there.
Thank you for that comment, because it leads me to my first question. Since the Congregational Support Commission's primary responsibility is to cultivate supportive relationships between communities of faith and the region, what responsibilities does that include?
Take me as I am. Some man out what I shall be. Set your seal upon my heart and live in me.
I will give you a point for that answer, since we are here to help communities of faith articulate what their ministry and mission is. Anyone else?
As a farmer, I know that the year moves through cycles, and those cycles always involve changes, just like the life cycles in a community of faith. For communities of faith to be healthy, just like on a farm, you have to know your real property, your assets, and your volunteer pool.
Good answer. 2 points for you. The use of finances and property is one responsibility, while the overall health of communities of faith is a second responsibility.
In a dark place we may find ourselves, so a little more knowledge our path lights. If in a dark place ourselves we find, governing support is given. A little more expertise for our way provided is.
Yes, a point for you. Thank you, all three of you, for covering those 4 major responsibilities. That's a good start. But is there more to the work of the Congregational Support Commission?
Smaller in number are we, but persistent in purpose we remain. Losing everything, afraid to give up we are. Persevere we must.
On the farm, whenever things get tough, we rely on our neighbors. While we run each of our farms separately, we would not be able to survive without one another. I think of it like a partnership when needed.
one bread, one body, one Lord of all. One cup of blessing which we bless, and we, though many, throughout the earth, we are one body in this one Lord. Rural or not, part-time or full, building or none are we.
Yes, we are feeling the changes all around us. We are fewer, older, facing changes, all while longing for partnerships. The Congregational Support Commission is certainly a partner worth having. What can the CSC bring to the partnership with communities of faith during this season, this long season of change?
CSC, give us toolkits we can use. Website found when we're lost or adrift. Creative solutions or options we seek. CSC, be our gift.
I remember when I was a kid helping my grandmother bake bread. She would put all the ingredients on the table, carefully measuring the amounts, and we would mix them together, making them into dough. And then we would let it rest for a little over an hour. But the yeast would make bubbles. That was my favorite part, punching down the dough to evenly distribute the bubbles. And then we would shape it into a loaf for baking. Yeah, it took a lot of work and attention to the process, but it was worth it. I know, though, that there are different ways to make bread, and there are different kinds of bread, but there is something suitable for every season of change.
Breaded together we are, alone we are not, for the commission partnered with us it is. Passing along what has learned it does, sometimes unlearn you must what learned you have. Difficult to see, always in motion the future is.
Indeed, we are definitely not alone. I agree that while some may feel punched down by change, there is possibility for something new to rise from the yeast of change. We have not only the 26 toolkits on the regional website, which many apply to the healthy well-being of communities of faith, but we have people and resources to assist you as well, especially pastoral charge supervisors for communities of faith without ministry personnel. They are here in transformative ways, and being a community of faith is important. What are those transformative ways of being a community of faith?
The most difficult thing I face on the farm is death. Animals die, and it takes a piece of me with them. And that's the same as for communities of faith when they have to face their own dying, or the death of treasured programs, or the death of former ways of doing things. I am guessing the commission is there to walk with us in grief.
Absolutely. We are an Easter people, and Easter would not exist without Good Friday. To die well is to be an Easter people too.
All this pain, I wonder if I'll ever find my way. I wonder if my life could really change at all. Yet I know in the struggle is our holy call, creatively exploring how we find our path. You make beautiful things, you make beautiful things out of the dust. You make beautiful things, you make beautiful things out of us.
Yes, and we can work together with you and others to find bold, creative steps, giving you the strengthening to handle it all if things aren't going the way you hoped. Shared ministry, collaborative agreements, partnerships within the community. There are so many options to explore. Challenging as they may seem, they are beautiful possibilities. That applies to communities of faith all across the spectrum.
Our path we must decide, but possible it is. The greatest teacher failure is. But failure creatively explored must be. Wisdom there is, but if we but dare to grasp it. Deepest commitment to seek partnerships the most faithful heart needs.
Well, I declare all to be winners in the CSC Jeopardy! I know that this video may have seemed rather an odd way to approach sharing our mandate, but long, drawing verbal reports can be mind-numbing. Consider the Congregational Support Commission as your exploration partner. We have a wonderful team of volunteers, including our commission's members and our pastoral charge supervisors, all resourced by our talented staff, John Neff and Max Watkinson. Communities of faith all do so much to live as bold disciples with a passion for deep spirituality and for daring justice. Thank you to all of you for listening and for learning and for partnering with us. Thanks. God, it does indeed make beautiful things out of all of us.
Thank you so much to our Community Support Commission for that informational and entertaining presentation. Way to level up what our expectations are for future presentations. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank Gord Dunbar, member of the commission, who was the creative genius that put the script together, and John Neff, who put it together as a video presentation, and along with our farmer, Margaret Ruggles, and our Yoda, Meg, and I don't remember her last name. So it was fun. I hope it was helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. We are now at the time when we get to hear from our second attendee at General Council, Christine Gross.
Greetings, friends. Chris Gross from Hope Spring United Church, the lay rep there. Hope Springs is a newly amalgamated congregation. Well, 3 years now, so maybe not newly, but we're still in our beginning stages. It's an honor for me to be able to speak with you about my experiences at General Council. It was my first time at General Council, and I first and foremost want to thank WOW for your support in your appointment of myself and the other 12 commissioners who attended. It's a huge, huge undertaking. It's a big financial undertaking, and we really appreciate the support and the prayer support that you have given us as we attended those this summer and as we continue to serve in that capacity. So a huge thank you to all of you. There were 3 things that stood out for me from General Council, and I first and foremost want to say that the theme of General Council was visions and dreams. And you heard a little bit about that when Cam gave his report. And thank you, Cam, for that report. Very, very touching as well. So visions and dreams. For me, there were three things that stood out after my time at General Council. It was community, diversity, and first third ministry. And we've heard about first third ministry, but for those who maybe don't know about it, it's basically a ministry that focuses on 0 to 30 years of age and programming within that demographics. For me personally, what stood out from the whole weekend, and there were so many things, and I'd love to talk to anybody. If you want to give me a chat, let me know, give me a call, whatever, I'll talk to you more in more detail. But what really stood out for me was, can you put up that first photo, please, John? The youth. What you see there is approximately 100 youth. There's about 90 in this picture. There were over 400 people in attendance at this General Council, and close to 100 were our youth, were our first third ministry. And I was so taken by their involvement, by their honesty, by their vulnerability, by their input, by their leadership, and my list goes on and on and on. There was a couple moments that really struck out for me, and it was bringing together the diversity of all the ages. We had worship every day, and one day, it was on a Saturday, I believe, we had worship that was from the youth. And through that worship service, the sermon, or the message part of it, was given by an elder. At the end of that worship, the elder came forward again and blessed the youth. The next day, we had the elders present their worship service and offer that to us. The youth gave the sermon during that worship time. And at the end of that, the youth blessed the elders. It was a beautiful, beautiful connection. The voices of these youth were phenomenal. And at the end of what I'm talking about, there's going to be a link for you to have the opportunity to go and hear what 13 of those youth forum youth had to say. And the youth comprised of people that were both commissioners, youth commissioners, part of youth forum, and simply youth that were there in a general attendance being part of our conversations. The youth were also divided up into we had different table groups with about 6 people at each table. Roz talked a little bit about that this morning in her table group. I had the honor of being invited to be a table group facilitator, which that was another honor, and that's another story as well. But at almost each table, not everyone, at almost each table, there were at least 2 youth. And so their voices were really heard or had an opportunity to be heard. However, the message that we were getting from them is that they were not being heard, which was really, really interesting for me. At the back of the room, and I didn't take a picture of the whole board, but what the youth did is they put slips of paper of different things that they see as visions. Remember in that one scripture from Acts, it talked about the young people see visions. So I want you to have a look at, I did take a picture of a few slips of paper, so I'm just going to share some of their comments that they shared in respect to what they feel is their vision for the United Church of Canada. So one came up and said, more open-minded, more inclusion, more involvement of the youth. The next one says, this one was not me, Chris, another younger Chris, develops leaders and organizers. That's their vision, that the United Church would develop leaders and organizers who are youth. The next one, their vision is for connection with the wider community. We've heard about that today already, haven't we? A couple more, outreach, activities, forward thinking. Community, again, community integration and youth organized events. This person, Katie, I think is the name on that paper. I would like to see my church focusing on inclusion. And in brackets, it says cultures, LGBTQ. The next point says more youth involvement. The third point is to create a welcoming space. And the fourth point is more youth volunteering opportunities. Manuel says her vision is for diversity. And another one is listen to the youth. Have engaging worship, such as dancing, singing, movement of some kind. And that in brackets, I want to highlight that, listen to the youth. When 13 youth stood up and shared what their visions were on behalf of the other youth that were there, the big thing was on listening. Listen, because they didn't feel they were being listened to. They didn't feel that they were being listened to there in our space. I valued that honesty that they were able to share that with our group. It was just so touching. How many of us are able to really come out and really share how we're feeling, especially in a crowd of 400 people? They want us to listen. They want us to notice that they're there. Something we heard loud and clear is they are not the youth of tomorrow. They're not our youth of tomorrow within United Church. They're our youth of today. They're here now. They want to be recognized. They want to be valued. They want to be heard. They want to share. And they want to do a lot of other things. And so I really, really encourage you to go and listen to the Youth Forum section of our Saturday at the Commission. And you can go back and watch all of them if you really want to. But I think, John, I think you're putting it in the chat, but I don't know whether you're putting up in the screen or not, but there is a link to and it'll take you right to the section where the Youth Forum shared on Saturday. And I really encourage you, after this meeting is over, to go back and listen to them.
Chris, it's John Neff speaking. It is in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Okay, thank you so much, John. Thank you. It's the long one too, right, John?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it is. It's got lots of fun numbers and letters and all that stuff, but it's going to take you right to where you need to go. So if for some reason you get in your Saturday and you're at the beginning of Saturday, I can't remember how far you have to go in, but basically you're going to get to hear 13 wonderful youth share their visions and dreams for the United Church of Canada. So I encourage you all to go and do that. Okay, I think that's what I want to end my presentation with is a prayer. And so let's just lift up our youth. Creator, we give thanks for the youth that are in our congregation. And God, we know that they're not necessarily sitting there Sunday morning. And for us to say, oh God, that we have no youth, we do have youth. They're in our communities. They're there. So God, help us to have eyes to see, to have ears to hear, and to have hearts to act. In your name we pray. Amen. The thing that I just want to do before I go, I don't think there's any youth here, but if there are any youth that are on this call right now and want to say hello and add your 2 cents, I encourage you to note yourselves now. And I'm thinking, I did ask ahead of time, and I'm not sure that there is anyone that's online. And we may want to make an intentional invitation to our upcoming meetings. Thank you for your time. And thank you again for your support at General Council.
Thank you so much, Christine, for that lovely presentation. Your words and your prayer are very much appreciated. Okay, it is time for our dear Brenna to come and spend a little time talking to us about our stewardship.
Hi. Thank you, Rebekah, for that lovely welcome. And I think good morning for 3 more minutes. I realize I'm the last person before lunch, so I think I'm going to try to be at least a little bit engaging and exciting, if not brief. I am so glad to be with you all today. There's many of the teams from this region that I have worked with and have loved working with. So it's wonderful to be here with you. For those who don't know me, my name is Brenna Baker. I am the stewardship support staff for our 3 Southwest Ontario regions, general council staff deployed to serve these 3 regions. I wear a few hats. I guess stewardship support is probably the biggest primary one, which means thinking about stewardship all year round, thinking about planned and legacy giving and stewardship campaigns, things like that. I can also help you be in touch with the foundation for other kinds of giving and generosity. And then also mission and service, that we like to say mission and service belongs to all of us. It's for all of us to promote and support and talk about. But if you ever need resources or specifics, I'm your person for that. So all of those things that I mentioned have one thing in common, which is generosity. Generosity is at the core of who we are as people made in the image of a generous God. And so I just want to start today with, I'm going to share some slides here. I'm going to give you an opportunity to think about when you have been the recipient of generosity. So just take a moment, take a breath. Maybe you could write something on paper. If you were really brave, I'd love for you to put that in the chat, just like a word or two of when you have been the recipient of generosity. I'm going to wait until I start seeing the chat light up.
Actually, Brenna, it's Executive Minister Mark. We can't use the chat for those sorts of things.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. Just because we have people using screen readers and anything that gets typed into the chat is read out as the screen reader, and then it messes up with other things. So,
okay. So take a moment though. I am going to just pause. I want everybody to write something where you are sitting. And I'll name some things I have heard in the past, which are somebody feeding you sometime, even just a friend giving you a meal, scholarships, things like that you've been the recipient of, somebody caring for your family or your children at no cost, people praying for you, right? These are all ways that we can receive generosity. And I like to start with this question because it reminds us that generosity is a cycle and a flow. We often tend to think of ourselves as the ones with something to give, and that's really great to think about what we can share, but to remember that we also receive, and that cycle of generosity is really important. So keep thinking about it. If you ever wanted to send me an email, you could tell me in an email. I'd love to hear that. These are really powerful stories when people share them. Today, I want to speak specifically to why your community of faith needs a planned giving program. This is kind of the most common thing that my team and I are talking about these days, and something that the whole wider philanthropy, charitable sector is talking about. And why? Because we know that some traditional forms of giving are in decline for many reasons. That somebody, say, 40 years old is not giving at the same level that their parents did at that same age. Cost of living is higher, etc. But planned giving is a way that you can diversify the revenue that you have to live out your ministry. We're also in a time when we're about to see a huge wealth transfer generationally, as boomers pass on inheritances in some cases, and not all, but people will be receiving wealth transfers. And so we wonder, how could we live out God's mission and purpose in a more intentional, thoughtful way with those resources? Okay. Now, I always say with planned giving, I love talking about this. So like I'm maybe one of the few people who loves talking about death and money, especially together. I know it's not everybody's favorite thing, but the point of it is for us to help you get more comfortable talking about these ideas and talking about them as a community of faith. So let me hide my, there we go. There's a parable we love. I've heard it attributed to various cultures, so I'm not quite sure where it originally comes from, but it says, if you need shade, the best time to have planted a tree was 10 years ago, and the next best time is today. So planned giving, we say, creates shade. Not right away, but somewhere down the road. But it's also never too late to start, is the point of that parable. When we talk about planned giving, there are a few misconceptions. So one is that you have to be wealthy to give a planned or legacy gift. And those are technically two different things. Legacy giving is a type of planned gift, but planned gifts, there are some that can be made before the time of death. So we'll address this in a second, but that's one misconception. As I said, planned gifts are only at the time of death. Not true. There's others you can make at any time. And then there's a misconception that thinking about planned or legacy gifts is only for seniors. I like to say it's for everyone. So these are what I would say what the actual facts are. Any amount of gift is generous and impactful. It's about the generosity. It's not about the amount. It's about how do we live our lives well? How do we go into life beyond death in a really meaningful way where we know we've shared as much as we possibly could, and that our legacy will match what our faith was as we were living. And I've heard all kinds of stories about all kinds of gifts being made. It's not just the millionaires amongst us for whom this kind of giving is for, right? It's for anyone. I was recently giving a presentation and I was saying, if you've got like $7 left on a Tim's gift card, I would love to help you make a plan for that gift card, okay? We will do something meaningful with it. And then in terms of planned or legacy gifts like stocks and securities transfers of those things can be made anytime. So they're not just for the time of death. There's many people who give that way annually. Like that's the way that they give to their church, is through a transfer of stocks or securities. So that's something to consider. And then adults of all ages can be invited to consider their legacy and wealth in light of their faith and commitment. So I was just talking to Eric Lefort from the foundation this week, and I was saying, I'm trying to figure this out for myself. I have no idea what kind of wealth I'll have at the end of my life. It's really hard to imagine as somebody who's 41 years old, but we can make a guess and we can at least put something down and then try, see where it goes over time. I also think it's really critical. Again, not everyone will be inheriting wealth from their families. For those who will, do they need it all? Do they need to keep all of it? What's the plan for that, right? That's something I'm working towards, working through with my family and my parents, and having those open and honest conversations, and they should be done in the community of faith as well. Okay, so you might wonder, well, if people can give in their will anytime, why do we need a policy and a plan for legacy giving? And that's true. A person could leave a gift to you at any time. Some of you might have had those sort of surprise gifts land at your doorstep, and they're really meaningful and powerful when that happens. So why even go through all the trouble of creating a plan and a policy? Well, a policy inspires your donors. Mostly donors a reason that they don't give is that they don't see a plan for that money, right? They might give to something else, to the hospital, to a university, where there's a 10, 20-year plan that they can feel good about contributing to. If you have a plan and a policy in place, you can help inspire them and help donors know that the gift that they make will make a difference and support the ministries that they care about. Next, and for those who have done our courses, you'll see the inspire, invite, and thank themes here. But also having that policy and plan, a small team of people, really sometimes only 2 or 3 people. It doesn't take a huge team to do this. But it helps that leadership build relationships with your donors and make a plan to actually invite them. So our stats say that 1/3 of United Church members would make a gift in their will if only they were asked, but nobody's asked them. Okay, so you have to do that inviting. And then a policy and a plan ensures that donors and families are thanked and might even be thanked ahead of time, right? Like the donor can know that they've been recognized and appreciated, maybe in a public way or maybe just, in a very small personal way, but that you have that opportunity to thank people. What a difference that might make, right? I've heard so many stories of these gifts coming in from folks who maybe were baptized in the church but didn't really attend on a regular basis. And then some gift came in and nobody had a relationship with this person. They weren't able to thank them. And what an opportunity is lost in that, right? So what are some things a planned gift might support? It can go towards important capital expenses that are not just for the sake of improving our buildings or not just making them look nice or something, but towards that ministry of hospitality, a ministry of inclusivity, and those big expenses that can take a lot out of general operating, right? That's something that a planned gift could go towards. Children and youth ministry, maybe your annual summer camp for kids. Outreach initiatives, whatever outreach you're doing, feeding programs, etc. Maybe new technology. This is an area because it's emerging. We know it will be a need well into the future, that a planned gift could go towards that. Mission and service, and so many United Church of Canada Foundation funds. Those are great places as well. So a lot of people split a gift with mission and service and the local congregation. That's an opportunity. And then endowment or long-term funds where you give a gift and that gift is spread out over a number of years where the church receives a check annually from that fund. It can be invested and then there's all kinds of options, but either the principal or the whole thing, depending on the kind of fund, can be dispersed back to the congregation. So there's lots of options. Operating fund is also always a great thing for a gift to go towards, and the leaders of that time will know what the best thing for it is. So we can help. Again, I understand this might be terrifying. We have a course, Bequest and Estate Giving, and it's on demand, meaning you can watch it at your own pace. A lot of teams find a time to gather. They bring snacks because why wouldn't you have snacks? And they go through all the material. It can take about an hour and a half or 2 hours. And then that's kind of your primer. And from there, I can work with you. And it's free during the centennial year. Also, not exactly planned giving, but I'll just mention it because a lot of people are folding planned giving into their stewardship campaigns. We're going to have a course setting up your giving program, November 17th and December 1st. There's a couple different time options. It's the week of. And you can plan and set goals for an inspiring, effective stewardship campaign, which might include some education around planned giving. You can register. We encourage you to take our first course, Getting Started in Stewardship, before you do this one, but talk to me if you're interested and I will get you ready to go. And then during these 3 years of the centennial, kind of the year before and then following, is the Here I Am campaign. This has been offered by the United Church Foundation. Even though it's offered by the foundation, the goal is to raise or have a certain amount of legacy gifts committed for local communities of faith. The primary goal is to get local communities of faith really well-resourced and planned gifts to help you train your volunteers, really things like scripts. How do we talk to somebody like one-on-one about considering a planned gift? Promoting the program in the congregation, right? What is the literature, the pamphlets, etc., that you would want people to have? Help folks understand how their gift will ensure vibrant future ministry. We have all of the resources for that. And then also during this time, the groups that are participating are meeting on a regular basis from across the country to support one another, to say, hey, we tried this and it went well, or this is what we learned, and to share those ideas and that support with one another. So it's a really great opportunity. Again, it's free. I can't believe sometimes the things that we pass on, these great opportunities that have no cost to you. It's a really great opportunity. There's like professional fundraisers that are helping with this. It's a really great time to be doing legacy and planned giving. Coming up this Thursday, from 12 to 1, I'm going to have a webinar, like a lunch and learn style casual conversation with Tamara Granestein, who's our contact for this program, that outside like professional fundraiser person. We're just going to talk about this campaign and what it can do for you and the resources that are available. So if you have questions, please consider that. And you can register. The link for registration was in the last newsletter. So look at that. I'll try to also drop it. Well, okay. Or I won't put it in the chat maybe, but we'll find a way to get it to people. It's in the newsletter is the main point, or just email me and I'll get it to you. So I'd just like to share a video kind of, and then we're going to close with a little liturgy. But this is from the Centennial Legacy campaign, talking about why this matters, basically. Oh, I'm just realizing, I wonder if I'm just going to stop share and reshare so I make sure I get the sound, because I haven't been good about that lately. How many years post-pandemic? Here we go.
For individuals who are considering a legacy gift, they can help in a myriad of ways. It can solve maybe a particular problem, maybe it's a roof or something like that, or it can fund a new ministry that they're not sure about, but they want to try.
I personally left a legacy gift to the church because I could see the importance and the good that happens when people leave a legacy for future. How do you find the money for the food? Where do you get the new oven? All of those kinds of things. Those come from legacy gifts.
You can be specific in your designation of the legacy, or you can leave it up to the leadership at the time that the legacy and the gift is received to determine how best to utilize those funds.
You probably got some money in the bank from earlier legacies that have been left on behalf of your church. Now's the time to think about how that resource can be used for the future, and to have the conversation in your congregations about what does the future hold for us? How can we look into the future with hope and with expectation that the church is going to survive, that this institution that we love is going to continue to contribute to the lives of its members and its participants.
The way that it impacts what we are able to do as a faith community is to continue to serve, whether it be through the food bank, inviting people into the building, giving support physically and emotionally, helping with the refugee support programs. These gifts benefit over and above the day-to-day work that we do.
Sometimes it's to help maybe a building that's had deferred maintenance. We all know about that. So maybe the kitchen needs a redo. Maybe there is new carpets that make it more welcoming for families to come and put their babies on the floor, stuff like that. I want to be part of that. And it's been really important for me to know that that little piece of me is going to be left.
This is an exciting time to be part of this campaign. Your gifts will make a huge impact all together in what we are called to do.
Okay, and so here's my contact information. If you need to get a hold of me, bbaker@united-church.ca. I'd love to talk to you about any and all things stewardship related. I'm just going to ask Therese to help me again with this liturgy that's part of the Here I Am resources. There's worship resources as well. It's called Blessing of the Givers. So Therese, are you there? Just so.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. So it's sort of a one and all situation here. So Therese will be the all. Jesus also said, "With what can we compare the kingdom of God, or what parable will we use for it? It is like a mustard seed, which, when sown upon the ground, is the smallest of all the seeds on earth. Yet when it is sown, it grows up and becomes the greatest of all shrubs, and puts forth large branches, so that the birds of the air can make nests in its shade." For our grandparents in spirit who planted the seeds, for our ancestors in love who watered and tended, for God who gave growth to this seedling alive, the United Church of Canada.
Praise and thanksgiving we bring.
100 years of praising and singing, 100 years of worship and work, 100 years of learning and mending, 100 years that all may be one.
Praise and thanksgiving we bring.
Who we are now comes from who we have been, Christ's people of
deep spirituality, bold discipleship, daring justice.
Who we are to become comes from who we are now. Who we are to become grows from the seeds that have been planted today.
Each of these seeds growing great branches of love.
So we give thanks for the planters, the givers, the gatherers, the legacy makers who won't see what gets grown. To all you who helped others to set their seeds in good soil.
For your witness, for your work, thanks be to God.
We give thanks for the tenders, the investors, the nurturers, the people who will care for the seeds planted now.
For your witness, for your work, thanks be to God.
And we give thanks to the one in three, the three who are one, the holy mystery that is holy love, the God who will take what we've planted and carefully, lovingly give it its growth.
Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. May it forever be so.
Amen. Thank you, Therese.
Thanks, Brenna.
Thank you. And Therese just got like a half-hour notice on that, so I'll thank her for that. Okay. I'll hand things back over to you, Rebekah. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenna. Thank you, Therese. Thank you very much. We have come to that time in the day where we will take a break from our screens and take some time to nourish our bodies in whatever way you see fit. Maybe take a minute to stand outside, breathe in that fresh, crisp air. If you have snow, remember to put on a jacket And we will be away from our screens for about 45 minutes. So that brings us back here at 1:10. At 1:10, I will see you all back here at 1:10. So we move to our next order of business on the agenda, which is a time with the Discipleship and Justice Chair, Kate. Kate, is it Ballasteeper? How do you pronounce your last name, Kate?
Yes, that's right.
Ballasteeper.
Yeah.
Hello, Kate. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here with you. My name is Kate Ballasteeper, and I serve in ministry at Harcourt Memorial United Church in Guelph. And I stepped into the chair of the Discipleship and Justice Commission in July. So first of all, I'd like to take a moment to thank the commission members for their commitment and dedication to the commission's work for the WOW region, and the offering of their time and attention, I just wanted to say, is seen and appreciated and valued. It's a valuable offering to the wider church. I'd also like to say thank you to Andrew Hyde, who was chair until July of this year and whose term is finished. And I'm grateful to him for his leadership and wisdom as I stepped into the chair. I'm not going to sing for you this morning or this afternoon. The commission always seems to have a full agenda when we meet. Our primary responsibilities are to receive grant applications and to thoughtfully and prayerfully discern whether they fit the priorities of the region. And the priorities are for children and youth, justice, and chaplaincy. And we have had our initial meetings to consider the 2026 mission and service grant applications. But we were awaiting some more information, and we'll be making our final decisions for this coming year before the end of November, and we will notify grant applicants then what our decisions are. And I should say that we always receive more requests than we have funds available. So these are not easy decisions, and the commission considers many factors and considers them prayerfully and thoughtfully. In partnerships this past year, in partnerships with the other regions, the Mission and Service Fund grant application was reworked in order to provide greater clarity. And we have also created a formal reporting form. So previously, grant recipients were asked to send in a 200-word story, that many of which get used by the Mission and Service Fund to promote its work. But there wasn't a formal reporting form to sort of follow grant money in how it was spent and what the outcomes were. And it's the responsibility of our commission on behalf of you, on behalf of the Regional Council, to ensure that the funds are being spent as requested and that there is accountability throughout the system. So from time to time, a grant request or a grant recipient may need the original intent might not be doable, or things need to be adjusted or changed due to unforeseen circumstances. And I would say it's important to let the commission know where things are at, and just to provide assurance that the commission would be willing to work with grantees to address any of these issues or problems as they arise, which would always be better than finding out about it down the road when the issue may be a bigger issue to resolve. We would also encourage those who are considering grant requests to determine which fund would best suit their requests. So we had a number of applications to the mission and service grant this year that we felt were maybe better suited to the ministry with Children, Youth, and Young Adult Fund, which is another one of our funds that we care for. And this, so applying to the right fund helps us to do our work more efficiently and also allows us to support more projects, which is what we want to do. We don't want to keep the money. We want to not throw it away. I'm sorry. We certainly want to fund as many projects as we can. And there's a lot more detail about what was funded in our report in the Regional Council workbook. But I thought I would just highlight a couple of projects that received funding in 2024, and then we got some reports back about that. So I thought I'd share how some money has been spent, just a snapshot. So one of the projects that was funded in for 2025, was Food for Fun project at Westminster United Church in Orangeville. They received some funding for PD day camps and a 4-day summer camp. And they had success with repeat participation, so children coming to all the PD day camps and the summer camps. And they were also delighted that they had a mix of children connected to the church, but also those beyond the church who participated. And another project that was this one was funded in 2024, I believe, perhaps partially funded in 2025, was Westminster United Church in Waterloo and their Equity, Diversity, and Belonging project. And as a result, they produced a document to share their resources and their learnings. And I think there was a link to that document in our report. And if you haven't looked at it yet, I would encourage you to do so. This is a great way to see how our mission and service dollar funds are being used. And so this project assisted a local congregation with their ministry, but it resulted in a resource that can be used by other congregations. And while we know the recent apology to the two SLGBTQI community from the church reminds us that those congregations who have engaged in the affirming process still have work to do, I think this resource from Westminster in Waterloo reminds us that being an affirming church means working toward the inclusion of everybody. So we have, I think most of our churches, I know mine has more to do, more work to do to ensure that our worship is accessible and that we are engaging people that we might not have in our pews so much at the moment. So I didn't want to take up a lot of time. I'm just wondering if there are any questions. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my knowledge.
Do we have any questions for Kate? I'm not seeing anybody. Michelle? Oh, Yunhee? Would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Hello, Kate. Thank you very much. Now I am not so well, but however, I try my best because the week was really, really heavy, and then now I have some cold. But Kate, thank you very much for sharing your report. And then I am serving at Erin United Church in Erin, Ontario. Our church location is surround the subdivision. There are new people coming, and our church is small but very enthusiastic to move forward. So we set up 100-year the centennial celebration. So we set up how can we invite our neighbor, the young people coming to our area, but the people do not come to church. So we decide let us go to come to their place, but not empty hand. So what is the best way to invite them? So we set up the one project. tote bag. So we print our 100 years centennial invitation. At the same time, print our church name. So we set up that project, and then we asked some fund from the Centennial Fund project, but we declined. And then I revisit and then say, what is the best way to get some fund to make our project true? They said, buy purchase something item is not it is not good project to get some fund. So which means our idea is not applicable to ask some fund. So what your idea, Kate? Would you please tell me?
We have the Discipleship and Justice Commission has an events fund. It has about $10,000 in it a year. So congregations or a coalition of congregations could propose a project for maybe just the sort of thing that you're talking about, say a grant of $1,500 or something like that, would likely qualify.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so I would it was brought to my attention this week that we don't currently have an application form on the website for the Ministry with Children, Youth, and Young Adults or the events grant. So we'll try to address that quickly and get an application form there shortly. But in the meantime, if there was anybody who was interested in applying to the events funding or the Ministry with Children, Youth, and Young Adults fund or mission and service grants, then, or not the mission and service grant, there is a form for that, then be as clear and concise as you can be about what your project is, where it is. So don't just tell us it's Westminster Church. There's a lot of Westminster churches and we don't know where you are necessarily. Tell us what the project is and how much you're asking for, how much your congregation or your group of congregations are contributing, and what your goals are, what do you hope to achieve. It's pretty straightforward, and then the commission would be able to consider that.
Okay, would you please tell me your email or what is the best contact?
Yeah, you could. I don't know if staff need to. I don't know. Do they go to the staff first? So you could send it to Krista Ford at the Regional Council office. She's at the admin staff that support our work.
Christopher. Thank you very much.
Krista Ford. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Roz, I see you have your hand up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Kate. Let me lower this for your presentation. I was just wondering what other things, other than reviewing grant proposals, that your commission, Discipleship and Justice Commission, looks at. And I'm specifically wondering, in the wake of the apology in August to S and LGBTQIA people and communities, is your commission looking at ways that they can support congregations in living out that apology?
We haven't had time at our meetings yet to really delve into the apology and how we might be able to respond as a commission. But in terms of some of the other work that the commission does, it's mostly education and helping to support and encourage congregations to participate in programs. So, for example, the traveling exhibit for the involvement of people I'm not remembering the name of it off the top of my head. Therese, maybe you could
Hear from the beginning. It's an
hear from the
exhibition
beginning,
of a
right?
Black youth in the
About
United Church.
yes, thank you. So it's mostly promoting that sort of thing. Now that we are in regions and the geographic distance is so much greater than when we were in presbyteries, it's a little harder to engage in actual justice work. So, I mean, that's one of the things that that I haven't been able to figure out. If somebody else has, you're welcome to come and sit on the, let Heather Leffler know and come and join us on the commission. So just trying to keep information before congregations and ministry personnel so that they can share it with their congregations. Trying to do the best possible job we can at distributing grant funds, because I think that's a justice issue too. To do that well, and to do it with integrity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roz. Mark?
Kate, I don't so much have a question as I thought this would be a good opportunity. I have up on my screen where all the funds are, where people can apply, and so I can walk through because there actually is an application form for the children and youth there. It's in a slightly different spot. So I thought this might be a good opportunity to show people so that they can see that. So I'm going to share my screen here, and I'll be super quick. So I am on the WOW website, and so just as a note, we also have heard that some people are going to the United Church of Canada website looking for the regional councils, and we have our own websites. So our website is WOWRCUCC.ca. So it's basically an anagram for WOW Regional Council United Church of Canada.ca. Under there, you will find a tab that's called Financial Support. I am currently on that financial support tab. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see where it says different grants and funds that are available, and it lists all of the different grants that we currently have available. There is also a little plus box beside them, and so when you click on that box, for example, the Rural Ministry Leadership Fund, it opens it up and gives us the terms of reference, how much can be granted, who is the oversight body, what some of the criteria is. And when you go down to the bottom, you'll notice there's nothing down here in the bottom under procedure. For some other grants, like for example, the Bridge Loan Matching Grant Fund application, if we open that, it opens all the way, and at the very bottom, there's a button that says Apply Now. So if you're looking at a grant that doesn't then have the Apply Now button at the bottom, if you scroll all the way down at the bottom of the website, there is a learning grants. So if you're specifically applying for a learning grant or one of those other regional council grants, and when you go there, you have to click whether you're applying to an Antler River or Western Ontario Waterways one. You click Western Ontario Waterways. It then opens up and shows you all of the different grants that are available. And then there's a drop-down menu, and you can choose from the Congregational Educational Training Fund, the Specialized Ministry Fund, Investment in Leadership, the Resource Center, the Ministry Preparation, Ministry with Youth and Young Adults, Rural Ministry, or Vision Fund. So then you click on the fund that you want, and then it goes through and is asking for the information that you need there. And then when you submit it, as Kate did say, that does then go through to our staff, which then it gets forwarded on to the commissions. So I just thought this might be a good opportunity to highlight, just so people could see where it actually was, and that sometimes you can click an Apply Now button because that has a slightly different form than what we need for some of the other ones. And that's the difference. I hope that helps people.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mark. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any questions left for Kate? All right, Kate, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your presentation. We're moving into our General Council 45 moment number 3.
Hello. My name is Reverend Neil Parker. I am a minister of the United Church of Canada and a member of Western Ontario Waterways. On your behalf, I served as a commissioner to General Council 45 in Calgary. As you can see from the background behind me, although I am a representative of WOW, I serve an international ecumenical congregation in Vienna, where I have been for the last 6 years. So in that way, I am international as well as Canadian. And what I'm going to be talking about for the next couple of minutes is just my experience of the process of how we dealt with business at General Council. So you know, I've been an ordained minister in the United Church of Canada for 42 years, and I've been to a number of general councils, starting with Youth Forum in 1977, which was also held in Calgary, and attending as a commissioner and as a visitor to a number of different general councils. So I've had some opportunity to experience how we deal with the work of the General Council and how we have dealt with it in this most recent General Council. Just to give you an overview, each General Council gathers petitions that come from individual congregations or from regions or from committees of the United Church of Canada. They are proposals for action, statements for which we want general concurrence at the General Council level in order to make a statement or to make a policy change or to take an action. Those petitions are gathered in a number of ways and then arrive before the rise of General Council in order to be sorted and prepared for the work of the General Council. That work starts some months out as we begin to receive the particular proposals, the wording of them. We receive workbooks that we get to look through so that by the time we arrive in a single location, a central location, there's been a lot of thought and preparation that goes into becoming a commissioner. And then the process that we have been developing over the last few years, and particularly at this last General Council in Calgary, is to take those proposals and to allow as many people as possible to have a voice in addressing those particular concerns. So we do that by having table groups where we meet throughout the meeting and then gathering those into discussion groups. So each table group would have 8 to 10 people, including youth delegates, a fairly wide representation from across the church. 3 of those table groups would gather together into a discussion group where we would work through each one of the proposals. I was one of the discussion group leaders, so I really saw that in action. The hard work of building communication between people who come from different perspectives, where we would look at suggestions and requests that had come from across the church and really wrestle with them. Some of them were straightforward. Some of them were less so. And what I appreciated was the work of a group that was small enough where everybody could have a voice, where people who would often, in previous large meeting general councils, would be somewhat excluded or put to the margins, were encouraged in these groups to provide their input, to be asked to suggest different ways of looking at issues. In the discussion groups, we dealt with each one of the proposals with our concurrence, with our suggestions, with our concerns. We would gather all of that up and send it to a really vital and hardworking committee, the Way Forward Committee, who sometimes overnight would gather up all of these concerns from the various discussion groups, would sort them out to see if there was general concurrence with a proposal or whether there were significant modifications or significant disagreement on an issue, And they would pull together their best wisdom on what we were saying as a group. So their best wisdom may be to say, most people were in favor of this, so let's just go with it. Or their best wisdom would be, there is significant and important disagreement about the best way to deal with this proposal, and so we present that back to you. That meant that sometimes a discussion group would take something they had discussed and then rework it, knowing that other groups had done that work and were providing information and input to us. That's a great process. It meant that quieter voices were heard. It meant that each person had an opportunity to speak to and to listen to others about the important issues for the church. I am thrilled to have been a part of that. And what that requires is that each person who has been a part of a small group trusts that other people in other small groups, whether they have seen and heard them or not, have done the same work. And that even if in our group we were all of one mind, that another group with different wisdom may have seen a different perspective and a different way of addressing an issue, and that would be reflected back to us. The goal was to distribute these proposals, to discuss them deeply, to gather that information, and then to bring to the court at the end of our deliberations those decisions that we had in common, those things that had been worked over, the things that by this point often were quite straightforward. That, for instance, we knew the direction that we wanted to take. This is a very good process, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. I also need to share that there was some frustration about that. Because at the end of the day, folks who may have brought forward a particular resolution, a particular proposal, and then found that as others worked through it, it got changed or modified, weakened in some ways, changed in direction, postponed, that was frustrating to those who had a great deal of investment in a particular proposal and felt that they hadn't had a chance to have their voice heard because they were not able to address each one of the different discussion groups and hadn't had an opportunity to address it on the whole floor of the General Council. And what that meant is that the process bogged down at the very end. That as we were bringing forward proposals for which there was substantial agreement, things that had been worked through, etc., there were some who needed that opportunity to revisit the particular issues, which I understand. And these are often the voices that have been quieted over previous general councils, often the voices of diversity or different backgrounds. So while I understand that, at that moment we bogged down. We were not able to easily move forward into the types of cooperation and collaboration that we had been building. At the end of the day, at our General Council meeting in Calgary, we had a number of things that we were not able to vote on, even though there was general concurrence and general agreement. We simply ran out of time to raise our hands and say, yes, this is what we say. And that we had to have a later virtual meeting, which meant that some of the things that had been timely issues, such as recommendations about ceasefire in Gaza, came to the floor late and out of time, and therefore didn't receive were not able to have the impetus, the impact that we had hoped. I think this is a process that we need to continue to work with. I understand the frustration of folks who felt that the collaborative work lost the significant voice that they wanted to bring. I also know that it's very difficult to trust in the work of other groups when you haven't seen that or been part of that. But I still think we're moving ahead as a church, as in our work as a general council, in our work as a large deliberative body, trying to find one mind among people of diverse backgrounds and histories and perspectives. I think we did good work. There was a moment of frustration at the end, and we couldn't accomplish everything we wanted to. But the way we got there wasn't a bad way. And I'm pretty sure we'll do better each time we get together as a general council. God willing, and God with us.
Thank you very much, Neil, for that presentation. Greg.
Okay.
Hello, Greg. We are moving
Hi.
on to our Growth and WOW presentation with our lovely Greg Smith-Young. Welcome, Greg.
Thanks. Thanks, Becky. Let me just share a screen here for you. So I am going to be showing some photos and words on this screen. Everything I'll be talking about will be, everything shown will be echoed in what I'm talking about. So if you're not able to make out particular things, I think you can still hear and get the gist of what I'm getting at, but I'll also try to describe the photographs that do appear. So my work as your growth animator is about supporting and companioning with existing and newly forming communities of faith, as together we work to strengthen our invitation. We want to confidently and humbly share the faith and the life we are living in Christ Jesus. For me, there are two root convictions. The good news of Jesus is good news for our neighbors, our neighborhoods, and our world community, and that our United Church ways of living and expressing and speaking this good news, these ways are vital for others, and they're vital ways that we can share. They're part of our contribution to the body of Christ. I'm the growth animator for the three regional councils, WOW, as well as Antler River Watershed and Horseshoe Falls. I'm one of 6 growth animators, and geographically, this particular area is the smallest growth animator area. But we have lots of congregations, almost 400 pastoral charges in these 3 regions, including 127 at my last count in WOW. As part of this work, while I am part of the General Council staff, I work in partnership and collaboration with your Congregational Support Commission, with your Congregational Support Minister, with our Executive Minister, and the Regional Council Executive and other Regional Council staff. So a lot of chatting, a lot of collaboration. What I want to do is just give you an overview of the type of work that I could do with your congregation, with your community of faith. But I want to underline that everything I do is tailored to the particular needs that we identified together, what you folks want to work on. I should also underline that you don't have to work with me. I don't come with any decision-making power or anything like that. I'm here as a resource for you to draw upon if that's helpful for you. Most of my work has been focused on renewing existing communities of faith, congregations like yours. So on the screen, it's a purple screen. That's just the background. And then there's a black box, and that just symbolizes a congregation. I come alongside your community of faith as you invite me to, and I want to plan our work together to focus on your needs and priorities. And often it makes sense to begin with welcoming, Because when people do come into our congregations, we want to welcome them well. As I say, we want to welcome them without being weird, or perhaps as unweird as possible for us. I've developed a workshop on this. I call it Crashing Someone Else's Party, because what we hear from newcomers is one of the phrases I came across is they felt like they were crashing a party that was for someone else and where they weren't really invited. And we want to shift that experience to one where someone feels valued and curious and even a sense of belonging. In this workshop, I offer tangible steps we can take to prepare for guests, that you'll construct your own checklist for your congregation. But more important, we want to develop a culture of welcoming. And this includes praying for those whom God might be inviting into our midst. I've offered this workshop a few times, and for clusters of congregations. And now I'm adapting it so that it's fully online so that more can take part. And I hope to have that to be able to offer that in the winter. So we want to welcome people well. We want to attract them to our congregations, because many in our neighborhoods don't know much about us. And ideas they do have about church in general might not necessarily be true. And I look at this as a great opportunity for us to introduce ourselves or reintroduce ourselves to our neighborhoods. How do you tell your congregation's story? How do you get word out about who you are? How do you describe who you are and what you're about? What words do you use? What images? How do you tell the story? I think of us kind of being like a new restaurant in town with a cuisine that's foreign to people. How do we describe the menu we're serving so that people can know they can come to us, be part of us, and be nourished, as well as enjoying good food? That might include something relatively simple like working on your website so that it's oriented toward invitation. Cam, who's my director, spoke to you earlier about the 100 Tables project. We actually had more than 100 communities of faith across the country using an ordinary picnic table and extraordinary creativity to engage their neighbors. This project isn't finished. And if it's something you'd like to get aboard, just let me know, and I'd be glad to chat with you about that. So we welcome people, we attract people. We also want to invite people, because by far the most common reason people come and become part of a community of faith is because someone they know and trust invited them. And for many of us in the United Church, that's a bit of a stretch. It's not really part of our culture, our church culture, let alone sharing about our faith and why our faith means so much to us. I'm working on a workshop called From Hesitation to Hope, and I hope that it can be a gentle, encouraging time to explore how we share our invitation, how we share our faith stories, rooted in the conviction, the belief that inviting others to explore faith is an act of love and generosity. Now, I've offered it once, and I've taken away the feedback I got from that. I'm revising it. And in the new year, I'll be looking for other clusters of congregations where I can come and offer the new version, and we can keep working on it together. So we welcome, we attract, we invite. And then when people do come, we actually want to engage them well. We want to help newcomers form meaningful relationships with our congregation. I'm learning about a resource called Being With, and I've already experimented with Being With in a local congregation. It's from St. Martin in the Field, a Church of England parish right off Trafalgar Square in London. A very different context than many of our churches, but it's being used throughout the UK and increasingly in North America. It is an introduction to the Christian faith. It's one that focuses on building community with each other and with God. It sees that a core problem in life is isolation, and that God's response is to be with us in Jesus and to bring us together with each other. I'll tell you, the group that I led became a time of deep connection and sharing and support through the kind of conversations that this Being With resource creates. So I'm looking to tell more about it, and if you'd like to find out more, be in touch with me. So we welcome, we attract, invite, engage, and then we, and not just newcomers, but all of us, continue to be formed by the Spirit into people of God, into disciples of Jesus, his followers. I like to think of us as Jesus' apprentices, people who are learning from him the way of life that he lives. Now, there are oodles of resources out there for this. I don't have one in particular to recommend, but I can help you find resources that are right for you and your community of faith. Also, if you have ideas for new ways of forming people, or not necessarily new, sometimes they're regaining older ways, I'd love to chat with you about that too. Then we get involved in sending. And again, this isn't just for newcomers, it's for all of us in the church, all of us who are God's people. I talked about my work is strengthening invitation. We want to join in God's work of inviting people into community with us in our congregations. But there's another invitation too. It's the invitation of how God's invitation to us into our neighborhoods, alongside our neighbors. Jesus is already present in the lives of everyone, the whole creation. And he invites us to come and see. He invites us to join in. So how can we strengthen our response to God's invitation into our neighborhoods? I'm collecting a group of activities and practices that loosely I'm calling a pilgrimage in place. You know about a pilgrimage. It's a journey somewhere. It involves intentional dislocation. In a pilgrimage, we push and stretch ourselves. We focus on where we are in the moment, and we meet companions along the way. Often for pilgrimages, we go somewhere else. But what about if we pilgrimage in our own places? The communities, the neighborhoods we already know. And experience intentional dislocation there and push and stretch ourselves. If we focus on the particular places we are and the companions we meet along the way, what do we see and notice? What conversations do we have? What can demographic information tell us from a variety of sources? How can we know our neighbors so that we can serve them, come alongside and be with them, and invite them well? What do our neighborhoods and neighbors need our congregation to be for them? What is God calling us to be for these neighbors, these neighborhoods that God loves? Now, as I say, this is not a single workshop. It's going to be a series of practices and activities that I'm working on and look forward to sharing with you. So we have all these practices around strengthening and renewing our existing communities of faith. But also my team supports creating new types of communities of faith. Cam talked about some of these already. In our WOW region, there's a community of faith that is entirely online. I've talked to people about communities of faith that would start with, in their core identity, intentionally embracing neurodiversity. Communities of faith for people recovering for addictions, for people wounded by religious or spiritual trauma. Is there an idea the Holy Spirit has been seeding in you? Please talk to me. We want to discern together and work with you to design the kind of community of faith God is calling you and others to plant in our midst. So please get in touch with me. If you want to chat about anything I've mentioned, drop me a note and we'll set up a conversation. And one last thing, Cam mentioned our weekly prayer times. They are Thursdays at noon for about a half an hour. You can just send me an email. Let me know if you'd like to join in or if there are particular things that we can be praying alongside you and your congregation about. Thank you. President, back to you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Very much appreciated. We now get together again and do a little bit more brainstorming around our seeds for growth. Heather?
Thank you, President Rebekah. We have been gifted to hear from our commissions in Western Ontario Waterways, to hear from our staff is deployed with us from the General Counsel office, and from the folks that went to General Counsel and were a part of sowing seeds for the future. So maybe you've heard of one of those seeds and you're thinking, oh, I want to take that back to my community. Maybe you're thinking about things that have happened in the past that a seed was sold a long time ago, but it's come to fruit in this time. And we want you just to take that theme, think about things that were planted long ago and have taken root and are blooming now, things that we might sow, or things you see that should be sown that we haven't. We need to work on together so that they can grow and bring renewal and possibilities to our communities of faith, to our region, and to our United Church. So I invite you again into your breakout rooms. These are the questions to share. If they're not the right questions for your group, feel free to talk about whatever's on your heart. But please use this time as a time to grow together in our relationship with God and each other.
Thank you, Heather. It's Michelle Tecco speaking. All right, I'm going to send everyone out to the breakout rooms now. Okay, President Rebekah, we're all back.
Wonderful. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much for your time and participation in that. Heather, do you have anything to add before we?
Rebekah, I want to thank everybody for being here and sharing your stories with one another and being signs of hope. And I pray that the seeds that have come out of this meeting, that you'll take those back and sow them in love in your communities. And we'll wait and see what God has for us.
And I would like to invite any of you who feel inspired to do so to send me an email with anything that has come out of these conversations in your groups. So I will just quickly put that into the chat right now. And now we are at our last moment, talking about our experiences at GC 45, and I'm looking for Brent Caslick. There we are. Hello, Brent.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Rebekah. Thank you. I'm Brent Caslick, and I'm a lay representative from Centralia United Church, which is just approximately 20 minutes east of Grand Bend, 40 minutes north of London, Ontario. I do not have any PowerPoint slides. I'm just going to be talking about General Council. And I want to thank Roz, Christine, and Neil for their perspective of attending General Council. They did a great job. My job is not going to be done as well as they have done, but I'd just like to give you a little bit perspective from me. I also want to thank Western Ontario Waterways for sending me as one of the 13 commissioners from this region. It was an honor to be sent, and I truly mean that. It was an honor to be sent. This was my third General Council, the first being in person in Oshawa in 2018, just before we formed the regions. The second General Council was online, a very long and trying event. So anyone that was a commissioner in that event will know what I'm talking about. And of course, the third one is the one I just attended in Calgary. All of these hold a special memory for me. I had the opportunity when I was in Calgary to join a 1-hour bus trip on August the 6th out to the Stoney Nakoda Reservation west of Calgary to witness the lighting of the fire by the Stoney Nakoda elders, which they kept burning 24 hours a day until Sunday, August the 10th. There were a number of proposals, as Neil talked about, and if I remember correctly, and someone may correct me, there were well over or near 60 individual proposals. Some of them were similar in nature and were grouped together. But one of the proposals that I'm going to talk about that we approved in August, I want to take a few minutes to talk about it and its effects, because it does affect communities of faith for 2026 in setting their budget for 2026. And it has to do with the national assessment funding rate. If you remember, back in 2018 in Oshawa, there was a remit funding a new model. The intention was for all pastoral charges or communities of faith to contribute to governance and shared services in a proportional and transparent way. Since the denominational assessment was introduced in 2019, 6 years of experience have shown that the current rate, based on economic realities of that time, is no longer sufficient to support the full scope of responsibilities mandated by the manual of 2019. Since 2019, the core assessment rate has remained at 4.5% of adjusted revenues. This rate was originally based on budget assumptions and financial conditions at that time. The transition plan approved with Remit 4 envisioned a 3-year rollout to get to 4.5%. So there were some communities of faith that may have had very low assessments in their previous presbyteries. And so it was allowing those communities of faith through the 3 years to kind of bring their assessment up to the 4.5. In the first 2 years, pastoral charges had the option of increasing their assessments by no more than 10% from the pre-structural change amount over those 2 years, with full implementation by 2022. The plan was that in 2023, all pastoral charges would be paying the 4.5 assessment rate. From 2023 to date, communities of faith have been adopting to the post-pandemic reality and navigating through the extremely high inflation rate. In response, the assessment rate was intentionally held steady to avoid adding more pressures to the communities of faith. The General Council has the responsibility to set the assessment rate for the good of the whole denomination. Looking ahead for the next triennium from 2026 to 2028, the difficult financial realities are sobering. While uncertainties remain, one thing is clear. Governance and shared ministries have been under-assessed. To maintain the momentum generated by the last triennium's strategic plan and to successfully launch the next phase, an increasing assessment rate is necessary and recommended by the Executive General Council. So all the petitions or proposals come from different areas, and this came from General Council Executive. It was number 5. So when we're looking as commissioners at the proposals, we can kind of tell where they're coming from, whether they're coming from a community of faith, whether they're coming from the audit committee, from nominations, or from the national indigenous organizations. So it just gives us an idea where they're coming from. To support sustainability, we recognize the need to address the structural deficit. Addressing the assessment rate is necessary to ensure it reflects today's economic realities. So it was recommended that General Council adopts the following new rates and principles. The assessment rate will be increased by 0.5% annually over the next triennial budget cycle, starting from the current rate of 4.5%. So in 2026, the rate will raise to 5.0. This is important that you talk to your treasurers or those that are doing budgeting, that they know that there is a slight change in the assessment that they will receive in February of 2026. In 2027, it will increase to 5.5, another 0.5%. And in 2028, it will be at 6.0% of adjusted revenues. There's also a portion for the investment-related part, and that's for communities of faith that hold more than $100,000 in investments. The investment-related portion assessment will be adjusted as follows. It will remain at 0.25% for 2026. It's not changing. In 2027, it will increase to 0.30, and in 2028, it will increase to 0.35%, over $100,000. The investment-related portion of the assessment would be calculated based on investment assets as reported in the annual statistics and the CRA filings. This rate cannot be changed without the express authorization of General Council. The first 100,000 of the reported investments would be excluded from the calculation to provide for smaller communities of faith that might still be investing in CIGCs and GICs. It's to reaffirm the equal sharing of regional council allocation of assessment revenues, and for church closures and amalgamations, assessment amounts continue to be calculated and payable for the full calendar year based on which a community of faith requests to close or revoke their charitable status. So that was the motion and the that we voted on and was approved. I have an example that they gave us. Someone with adjusted revenue of $120,000 and investments of $400,000. Currently, they would be paying around $6,156. The new rate in 2026 would be $6,756. So a $600 increase in that area. I'm hoping this gives you a little bit of information. This petition or motion was basically five pages that we had to read and take in and study. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but thank you for the opportunity of serving as a commissioner, and I will continue to be a commissioner until the rise of 2028 when new commissioners will be selected. Thank you. Back to you, Rebekah.
Thank you very much, Brent. I appreciate that. In the respect of time, we will move forward into our candidate video. So I'd like to introduce Deb Kiger from the Office of Vocation and our candidate for ordination, Aiden Legault.
Hello, this is Deb Kiger. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the Office of Vocation, on behalf of my colleagues who serve as vocation ministers, and in particular on behalf of the folks in the Candidacy Board and Southwestern Ontario Candidacy Board, or the Maritime Candidacy Board. I'm not sure which one Aiden was in, but he was what? He was Maritime Candidacy Board. Okay, so I have some notes of things that the folks involved in his education years wanted to share with you. So Aiden was born into the United Church of Canada in Ontario. He spent a lot of time in youth work. Some of his formative experiences were at Camp Lorraine and at youth forums and at Rendezvous. He worked as a youth program staff with the Go Project for a couple of years. He worked as a youth leader at Eglinton St. George in Toronto. One of the things he did that was quite exciting to read about was he ran an innovative youth program called the GROW program. And the youth working in that program would complete a broad range of tasks throughout the summer, including landscaping, gardening, and community outreach. And Aiden's job was to plan and oversee the summer's work and to forge the team into an inclusive and engaged community and balance productivity, reflection, and fun. So the one time that I met Aiden or saw Aiden was in action as one of the youth pilgrims at Corner Brook in GC 42. And I remember hearing him speaking, thinking, one day this guy will be in ministry. And here we are today celebrating that, which is pretty excited. His education is a BA with distinction in political science and French at Mount Allison University. He studied French at the University of Strasbourg. He is a grad from Emmanuel in 2022, and he did his SME, his supervised ministry education, at a church in Oakville with Ann Harbridge as his education supervisor. So the Candidacy Board wants me to tell you that they describe Aiden as engaging, bright, articulate, open, and honest, and with a lot of energy for ministry. And I think we are blessed to welcome and celebrate this young man today. Thank you, folks.
Hello. Greetings and blessings to all of you fine folks that have gathered this weekend to share your leadership with the communities of the Western Ontario Waterways region and to offer your support to the Regional Council. My name is Aiden Legault. I've been serving at Westminster United Church in Orangeville for the past 2 years. I've been fulfilling the requirements of my supervised ministry education, and I am looking forward with great joy and with great gratitude towards November 8th, when we'll be sharing together in a service of worship, when we will celebrate my ordination to the ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care in the United Church. I don't know if I ever would have felt equal to a responsibility and a vocation like this had it not been for the steadfast support of many at the Regional Council and of so many other people who are going to be there with us on November 8th. So to all of you, I just want to express my heartfelt thanks. The President's theme for our meeting this weekend is growing our communities. When I learned this, I got a big happy smile on my face. It felt personally like a very fitting theme for a weekend that is special for me. It's a fitting theme for me personally because all throughout my journey into ministry, I have been surrounded by gardens. When I was a seminary student at Emmanuel College, I spent my summers working and leading the community gardening team at Eglinton St. George's United Church in Toronto. And now that I'm at Westminster, I get to offer what help I can to the amazing garden transformation project that's happening here. The church has converted most of its green space into food gardens that are supporting and supplying its ongoing food outreach ministry. Throughout my learning, it's been helpful to have these gardens close at hand because I find that they serve as teachers about my place in the life of the church. Our churches are, in my opinion, very much like gardens, not just in the theological sense, because of the new creation that is alive among us and its connection to that first creation that flourished in Eden, but also in a very practical sense. I think our churches are like gardens, because they are, like gardens, communities built out of living relationships of tremendous complexity. Gardens really are composed of relationships between the soil and the plants, and microbes and pollinators, and the sun and the rainwater. And churches are composed out of relationships between neighbors and strangers, and communities that exist outside of our walls, and the members that gather to worship inside of our walls. Churches are composed of the relationship between people and God. As such, I think if church members and ministers tend carefully and thoughtfully to these relationships, the way that gardeners tend to the relationships within their gardens, then truly beautiful things can emerge in ways that surprise and delight us. Just so, I think that if we approach our communities rigidly and narrow-mindedly, with only one idea of what their beauty could look like, we would end up like a gardener who has very little imagination, stifling or crowding out relationships that we would never know could be very, very fruitful. When I think about growing our communities and how I want to help communities grow throughout my future ministry in any church or role to which I am led, I hope that I will rely on what my inner gardener tells me, to put my ear to the ground and to listen closely to the community to which I am tending, to lift my ear to the air and to listen for the voice of God speaking in our scriptures and in the signs of the times, to listen and hear what kind of growth is really needed for the particular garden in which I am serving, the particular garden to which I am tending, for it to be healthy. If I make the mistake of thinking that growth only looks like one thing, like more people in the pews or more money in the bank, then I might miss the chance to support a church for which growth looks like growing deeper roots that hold firmly on to our liturgy and to our sacraments. I might miss out on supporting a church for which growth means warmer and more friendly relationships with non-church community organizations. Or I might miss out on serving a church for which growth means discovering that we need new ways to serve as disciples together, in more caring ways. Maybe I will miss out on supporting a church that is struggling with the creeping spread of anxiety and doubt, and which will find real possibility for growth in exposing these things to the sunlight and discerning together how to overcome them. As we think about growing our communities, this is what I hope I will have in mind over the weekend. A hope that, with God's help and alongside all of you, and with the compassion and the courage that we receive through Christ, we can all notice and tend to the many ways that our communities can grow in these days. I am so grateful to be sharing in this work with all of you by the grace of God. I hope that we all are able to find joy in this season together, and I look forward to celebrating in worship with you folks on November 8th. Blessings. Thanks be to God. Amen.
Thank you so very much to Deb and to Aiden for that wonderful video. We are now moving on to our moderator's message.
Hi, I'm Reverend Dr. Kimberly Heath, and I'm honored to serve as the 45th moderator of the United Church of Canada. My home is on the shores of the St. Lawrence River in eastern Ontario, on the traditional unceded territories of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. I've been a minister for 26 years, serving the wider church in many ways. I'm a mom of 4, a wife, dog lover, swimmer, preacher, and yes, a bit of a chaos handler. But most of all, I'm a follower of Jesus. We're living in a time of rapid change and deep uncertainty in our world and in our churches. It's not always easy to be the church right now, but I've learned to trust the river of God's life-giving, transforming love. That love has changed me. I've seen it change others, and I've seen it ripple through our communities and out into the world. In this changing world, we need spiritual depth, a rooted faith that nourishes the soul and grounds us in compassion, justice, and peace. As moderator, I don't promise to solve every problem, but I do promise to be deeply rooted in faith, bold in following Jesus, and daring in standing with courage in places of injustice. Together, let's live into our vision of deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice. I'm so grateful to be on this journey with you.
Well, we appreciate Kimberly very much for sharing that message with us. I now invite Therese to come forward just to speak to us a little bit about Indigenous Veterans Day.
Today is November 8th, and every year on November 8th, Indigenous Veterans Day is recognized across Canada. And so I'll speak a few words that you will find on the Government of Canada's website. I will also later put a link to that in the chat. But first, I'll share a few words and then invite us into a minute of silence. So Indigenous Veterans Day is recognized across Canada on November 8th. It was established in 1994, and it serves not only as a time to commemorate the service and sacrifice of Indigenous veterans, but also as a moment to acknowledge the historical injustices many face during and after their military service. In the 20th century alone, it is estimated that more than 12,000 members served in the Canadian Armed Forces, with 500 making the ultimate sacrifice. And so let us observe a minute of silence to remember and honor Indigenous veterans. In recognition of Indigenous Veterans Day, Canadian Armed Forces members and Canadians are invited to participate in commemorative ceremonies, read the stories of Indigenous veterans, or simply reflect on their legacy so that they may never be forgotten. May it be so. And we'll just take another moment while I post in the chat.
Thank you, Therese. And we will move into our immemorial and life cycle presentation.
Community of Faith Life Cycle Changes. Disbandments, with thanks for their legacy and faithful service. Millbank Hempstead Pastoral Charge, disbanded on September 11th, 2025. Dobbinton Pastoral Charge, disbanded on June 12th, 2025. Bridgeport United Church, Kitchener, had its final service and is working to complete the disbandment process by the end of 2025. Amalgamations, a testament to shared faith, mutual grace, and the enduring strength of coming together. Hickson United Church from Antler River Watershed, and Grace United Tavistock from Western Ontario Waterways, amalgamated September 14th, 2025. Exeter United Church and Hensall United Church are still in the process of amalgamating. Collaborative agreements, a testament to the beauty of collaboration where faith, grace, and fellowship converge. Guelph Campus Ministry, Two Rivers Presbyterian, and Reverend Andrew Hyde of the United Church of Canada entered into a collaborative agreement from July 1st, 2025 until June 30th, 2027. Wesley United Church, Cambridge, and Westminster United Church, Waterloo. An agreement comes to an end on October 31st, 2025. Many blessings as the legacy of these communities of faith continue in the United Church. In Memoriam. We remember and honor the lives of those who have departed from us. Their contributions and presence have left an indelible mark on our community. We remember them and celebrate the legacy that they left behind. Reverend Lorraine Davis, OM. Reverend Lorraine graduated in 2006 as an ordained minister of the United Church of Canada. As a minister, Lorraine was an intuitive and compassionate leader who empowered those around her to step up with love and kindness. Reverend Stephen Huntley, OM. Stephen was a minister for the United Church of Canada, serving various congregations for 33 years. Reverend Dr. Ruth Evans, OM. Reverend Dr. Ruth Evans, OM. Chaired the United Church of Canada National Committee on Abortion and in 1971 presented a report and resolution to the United Church's General Council, where it was adopted. For 15 years, Ruth held a senior executive position with the United Church of Canada's National Office as coordinator of the Office of Christian Development, Division of Mission in Canada. She also taught what was likely the first university class in feminist theology in Canada at Emmanuel College in 1980. Reverend Mark Waugh, OM. Mark pursued theological studies at Emmanuel College, Victoria University. He completed 4 mission field placements in Saskatchewan, Toronto, and Montreal before achieving his Master of Divinity and becoming an ordained minister of the United Church of Canada. He had a deep faith and a love of God, and he carried it with him to 3 pastoral charges. Each pastoral experience was wonderful for the Waughs, and all of Mark's parishioners were special to him. Sidney Doug Stewart. Doug was a longtime resident of Cambridge and will be sadly missed by all whose lives he touched. Reverend Kenneth Beale, OM. Ken studied theology and was ordained as a United Church minister. He was hired as the Director of Pastoral Care to spearhead the new department at the KW Hospital, where he worked as a chaplain for 22 years. Reverend B.R. Bruce Scott, OM. Bruce steadfastly served as a United Church minister over several pastoral charges spanning over 50 years. He served for 13 of those years at St. John's United Church, Stratford, and then a 2-point pastoral charge for Dorchester United Church and Crumlin United Church. Dr. Marion Logan. Marion was an active member of her local UCW and served as the head of Women's Desk of the United Church in Toronto for many years. She was also the recipient of many awards, including the Companion Award from the Center for Christian Studies. Irene Richardson. Irene will be remembered for her dedication to her family and her devotion to her ministerial family through her work with community churches. May we find comfort in the memories of our departed, and may their spirits continue to inspire us in our journey ahead.
Thank you, Max, for putting that together. Let us take a moment to pray. We give thanks for the lives we have been given, that we have given tribute to today, for the joy they brought into our lives and ministries. May their memory continue to inspire. We give thanks for all those communities of faith that have moved, joined, changed, grown, or closed. May their legacies continue to live on in the hearts and minds of those who work and worship in these spaces. We hold all those dealing with transitions in our prayers, knowing change is difficult and community is called to answer and support. Blessings, love, and light. Amen. I'd like just to take a moment to say some very heartfelt thank yous. Firstly, to Mark and Max and John and Terry for sharing this room with me over the last 2 days. To Jennifer and Aidan, along with Nancy Detburn, and the choir from Westminster United, and all others who helped and participated in worship during our meeting, as well as all those working on the celebration and ministry service. For John and Michelle for their invaluable tech savvy and support. Heather and Jennifer for their work on the community building. All those who took time to make a presentation over the last 2 days. And thank you to all of you for tuning in and being present, for your heartfelt support and confidence in me, and your engagement in the work of our united and uniting, healing and growing, reconciling and rejoicing church. Amen.
Before
Closing motions.
Not yet.
No? What do we have next?
I need to thank you.
Oh, well, there's that. Oh, yeah.
So thank you, President Rebekah, for your leadership in this meeting, for the time that it has taken you to do all the prep work, to help this meeting run, to organize the agenda, to have the presentations that we had, to reach out to those, making sure that people knew what was happening, all of the work behind the scenes that no one sees happen. From the staff, some of our work can't be done without you doing the work that you do. But I know that you were very nervous about this part of your presidency and about leading the meeting this weekend, and you have done a spectacular job. I cannot thank you enough. I'm thrilled to be looking forward to planning the next one to get to work with you more in that way. So just thank you for everything that you have done for us for this weekend to allow us to have a meeting and to keep us running on time.
Thank you. Almost on time. Terry?
So I'm concluding with the closing motion, proposal number 3. What is at issue? The work of the Regional Council continues between Regional Council meetings. And what might the Regional Council do? Well, the Regional Council might entrust any unfinished business from its November 7th, 8th, 2025 meeting to the Executive. Authorize the Executive to fill any vacancies on the understanding that appointments will be confirmed at the next fall Regional Council meeting. Direct the Executive to plan to convene a meeting of the Regional Council in the spring of 2026. entrust the executive and commissions with the responsibilities and authority of Western Ontario Waterways Regional Council in the accordance with the Manual of the United Church of Canada and the Governance Handbook of the Western Ontario Waterways Regional Council. And finally, close the November 7th, 8th, 2025 meeting of the Western Ontario Waterways Regional Council meeting at the conclusion of the celebration of ministry service being held today, November 28th, 2025 at 4 p.m. at Westminster United Church in Orangeville.
Are there any questions for clarification?
So one quick clarification from me is the beauties of copy and paste. It said in there that confirmations or new appointments will be at the next fall meeting. It will actually be at the spring meeting. So we will make sure we make that note in the pieces. Our recording secretary is saying they have that note. So just so everyone is aware.
Thank you, Mark. I am not seeing any questions for clarification. I ask for a mover. Terry has moved and seconded by Mark Laird. I'm going to call for the poll. All right, a call for the poll to be closed, please. And that has also been passed by overwhelming majority. Thank you very much. So as we end our meeting, I would just like to close in prayer. God, parent and creator, we pray together as a community of faithful, searching and questioning people. Both clergy and lay gather as one region to do the work set before us. Your grace guides us. Your trust in our abilities emboldens us, and your love gives us the courage to continue on even when it seems a struggle. Thank you for this beautiful, diverse community filled with ideas and possibilities. Together we can take on an individual idea and see it into action. Our faith requires deed to act on our word, steps taken to put our faith into action. God has put us here as the hands and feet and heart in this world for us to take Jesus' example and do something with it. We have the ability to do great things if we pool our resources and our efforts. God, you have a brilliant way of making our paths cross and making introductions in unexpected places. We pray that you would provide each one of us, each community of faith, with fresh and tangible expressions of community and friendship. We ask for you to bring friends to support, help, and encourage when stresses are high. For you to bring friends with a listening ear, friends that show you grace and strength during difficult times, and for friends that love without judgment. We ask you to bring friends that will rejoice in the victories, both the big and the small. Even as we ask for a strong and beautiful community, we know that tensions can strain relationships. We ask that your healing grace restore and mend broken, hurting hearts. As you work in us, give us a boldness and humility to reach out and to love each other the way you've taught us. May our community be marked by the beautiful and strong grace of Jesus, loving what he loved, living what he taught, and striving to be a faithful servants of God in our time and place, aiming to do new things together, wading through the rivers and walking the wilderness as we spring forth, forging new paths together. We are people of daring justice, bold and hopeful disciples with deep spirituality to share. Thank you so much for your presence with us. In your name we pray. Amen.
2 minutes to spare.
Thank you all so very much for joining with us today, for your patience and your kindness and generosity of spirit. Blessings, love, and light to you all. And I know that we will be seeing some of you in the next hour at Westminster in Orangeville.